Oh, checkity check. It's going to Twitch. It's going to YouTube. It's going to Twitter and Periscope. I got an echo, so that means I got to close something. I bet I can find it. There it is, right there. Oh, I'm still in the RTS section. Well, we'll just change that right now. In the politics section. In the politics section, the Tuesday Night Groove. I feel like my face is a little blown out. Super duper 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 duper. Super duper duper bright. I can probably fix that. There we go. A little softer now. A little softer. A little better. This is going to be a chill stream. This is going to be a real chill stream. Tonight, it'll be with 30 to 70% less enthusiasm and vitriol and anger. Oh, I'll have enthusiasm. It just won't be unbridled and unchecked. Something about the lo-fi hip-hop. Something about that. Just makes me feel good. Makes me feel good. Hello, Nightbot. Hello, Restreambot. Hello, other bots. Oh, and a couple real live people. Nice. All right, so I don't have an overall plan for tonight. I haven't. But there are a couple things that I wanted to look at. Maybe more than once, depending on, who comes around and when they come around, how soon. It's just the situation with the feds grabbing the protesters, and not just like arresting them at a rally, but literally, well, anyway, it's better just to let's look at this. Let's look at a couple things. Browser wise, where are we going to start? So many things to look at. Here we go. Let's go check out the PSL statement on the activists that got snagged the other day. The whole situation is just disgusting. Our little fascist government is just out of control. Well, it's going to get worse. Probably. I mean, I don't see the government just like deciding all of a sudden not to be totalitarian douchebags. Killers. Jailed Denver anti-racist leader subjected to dangerous and degrading conditions in custody. Let's have a look at this one. Dun, dun. There we go. Urgent appeal, donate to the legal and political support campaign for the arrested Denver organizers. Because, organizing against pigs, murdering black and brown people, you got to make that illegal, I guess. God, that's this government of cowards. All right, no vitriol tonight. Just facts and chill. Facts and chill. Restream.io. Check. Hey, Trouble. Just started a couple minutes ago. I just been trying to remind myself not to get too wound up tonight. That's going to be the plan. Don't be wound up. I do have good news, though. On Thursday, there's another Workers' World webinar. It'll be the Prisoner Solidarity Committee once again, and others. And afterwards, Ted said he wants to come on, and maybe Miranda will too. Maybe somebody else will. But after the webinar, no set time, but yeah, after the webinar, there's going to be another Discord kind of hangout and discussion, which I think will be good. Yeah, cool, right? Stop D.A. Young's vendetta against protesters, because that's what it is. It's a vendetta. Stop the war on Black America. Good sloganing here. Jailed Denver anti-racist leaders subjected to dangerous and degrading conditions in custody. It's about a 4-minute read, they say. Liberation News, obviously, is a publication from the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Let me just put that in the chat. I'm talking really low key right now. I'm very, and I've got lo-fi hip hop. I'm just curious, Trouble. How's the balance? Is it okay? Good. This is an outrage. He's still in jail. It's been 6 days. 3 of the jailed organizers have not been brought before a judge yet. The following is a report from Ryan, a PSL member and a longtime partner of Lillian House. Lillian is one of the 4 PSL organizers who were rounded up and thrown in jail with multiple bogus felony charges. Because I tell you, if you're an organizer, you're on the left and you're doing stuff, you're not doing felonies. You're not committing crimes. You know you're on the radar. You know you're being watched and surveilled. We don't give these pricks a reason to come scoop us up. They were targeted for their leadership in the anti-racist movement in the Denver area, especially the struggle for justice for Elijah McClain. 3 of them had been jailed without bond since they were arrested on Thursday. Other organizers and protesters across Colorado have been arrested in recent weeks as well. Subjected to terrible conditions. Just horrible conditions in most jails. Lillian House knows this well, having just written an article exposing the conditions that women face in prison for the latest issue of Breaking the Chains. I don't know Breaking the Chains, but it's one of their publications, I guess. Some of it is certainly the incompetence of a rotten and incompetent bureaucracy. But without it, in a situation so political, much of what they are experiencing is punitive. Yeah. Thanks, Double. I have to get this a little closer to my face. It's so small. Oh. Sure. I'm just getting started, Devil, so let me check what you had out. I was in Devil's stream earlier, and I was watching him play BioShock. It's pretty cool. Oh, the sequel has a character based on Marx. It was a game about a man coming to grips with how he was used as an authoritarian pawn to quell workers' movements. Yeah. I might Devil, I might dig that. And I tell you what, if I get an urge one day, and I may buy BioShock, but it's kind of like books. Like until I know I can really spend some time and dig in and finish, I don't want to spend any more money on things that I don't absolutely have to have right away. But it's on my radar, BioShock, definitely. I love the look of the game you were playing, and I do need to be able to unplug from all the other bullshit that's going on, and video games are one way to do that. So anyway, back to this. Another one of the arrested, Joel, don't know Joel, is in a pod with 7 or 8 other men for 23 hours and 20 minutes a day. Sounds cruel. Sounds unusual. Sounds punitive. Sounds American. Positive COVID cases in nearby pods. Joel has been only given 1 face mask since he was arrested. He's been in there, 6 days? He's had phone calls cut off before his time ran out without warning or explanation. Yeah, I get that. A lot of other people coming and going, getting their bond hearings, while of course he stays incarcerated. I think that BioShock 1 and 3, I didn't realize that there are that many of them. So they've been inside since Thursday. They're being held without being able to post bond, which, should be illegal. Or even have a hearing before a judge for 6 days. It's a violation of the 14th Amendment, which is supposed to protect the right to due process. Well, I think we all know that is being chipped away at and ignored, and as are a shit ton of other perfectly reasonable laws, bourgeois laws, but nonetheless bourgeois protections that we're supposed to have. Lillian and Eliza, another organizer, was hit with bogus felony charges as part of the same operation. They're in the women's unit, which supposedly, due to COVID, inmates be isolated with a single cellmate for 23 hours. Jesus. 23 hours and 20 minutes a day. Wow. Lillian and Eliza say that this isolation is one of the most difficult parts of being inside, I imagine. Even though it would be entirely feasible for the jail to test inmates. Of course it would be. And then allow them more time outside of their cells if they tested negative. Of course, the facility would rather torture inmates, yeah. With near solitary confinement. And remember, this is jail, right? This is just jail. Nobody's been convicted of a crime yet. Nobody's been convicted of a crime, and this is already how they're being treated. This is an outrage. Thanks, Devil. So, the out time, even when the out time started, the guards didn't open up the door for nearly 20 minutes. So, she only got 20 minutes out of her 40 to make her calls, her family, her lawyers. 40 minutes are the only time that organizers have to shower. Oh, wow. So they have not showered since they've been inside. Holy shit. I mean, I can go a couple of days. They're allowed time out. Could happen as early as 4:45 a.m. or as late as 8:30, so there's no schedule. No warning. It's their only time to order goods from the commissary. Jesus Christ. Like Joel, Lillian, and Eliza have been wearing the same mask and the same jumpsuit since they were booked. To clean themselves, they're only allowed to only allowed a harsh antibacterial disinfectant. No surfaces, phones, tables, and chairs are disinfected by guards, of course, because, guards. Verbal abuse from the guards, of course. They say it's both personal and political. Well, yeah. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's disgusting, but it doesn't surprise me. Lillian was able to get a note summarizing the other conditions. While the guards state that many of the restrictions are for COVID safety, many guards, of course, don't wear masks. There are COVID positive inmates in the larger pod that both Eliza and Lillian are in. Prisoners are required to use the same cup and spork the entire time they're inside. Occasionally, even though it would require only a quick trip to the supply closet, guards do not refill tampon and pad dispensers, of course. Build a movement, drop the charges. Justice for Elijah McClain. Yeah, this is really frustrating, and it's really upsetting, and it's disgusting, and the state, this is what the state does. I don't remember a time personally in the last 10 years. Well, I guess I do. I mean, this kind of thing does happen occasionally. Trumped up charges, felony charges, long drawn out processes. People have to rally. Community has to get behind. There has to be pressure put on the politicians. Lillian told us, y'all better be just as angry as us when we get out. Hell yeah. Eliza tells us she has written a full agitational speech in her head while inside. Yeah, good. Joel has gotten others in his pod to donate to the legal and political fund and to commit to contacting the PSL when they get out so they can become organizers. Nice. Organized from within the prison or within the jail. These three fighters for justice, Lillian, Joel, Eliza, are some of the strongest, kindest, most clear-headed people I know. They are the most giving of themselves and their time and energy. They are the most dedicated and self-sacrificing. They will never give up the fight for justice for Elijah McClain. They take the fight for Black lives and a better world free of injustice and racism more seriously than they take their own freedom or their own lives. That is why they were arrested, not because of their bogus charges. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Also, hey, Captain Crunchell. What's happening? What's happening? Dr. Hemmed Out? Dr. Hemmed Out. Am I saying that right? Dr. Heamed Out. Heamed. I'm not sure I know it. Yeah, in a somber tone. You're rating in a somber tone. Nice, nice, nice. Dr. Heamed Out. What is heamed? Is that a term I don't know because I'm a little long in the tooth. Thank you, Captain Crunchin. Captain Crunch. Is it Crunchhill? Crunchel? Heem, as in seams, as in seam. Team. Heem is a fake word. Oh, okay. Heem. Gotcha. I just realized my camera isn't quite the correct size, is it? It's a little goofy. That's not even a camera that I want. Hold on. What? See, look at me. I'm just not getting my shit together. I need to get my shit together. I need to get it all together. By the way, I think we'll be playing Pinko Bingo tonight. Just, it's the default state. It's the default state, Pinko Bingo. Which basically means I have a bunch of weird ass habits. Thank you for the follow button. Do you like our little otter? He was always there, but he was really teeny weeny, and it took me a while to figure out how to make him bigger. The audio is what? I don't know that emote. Oh, the audio is good? Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm going to try not to scream. I'm going to try to keep it relatively low key tonight without losing my mind up in here. I've been a little bit angry lately about some of the bullshit going on in the world. Actually, about all the bullshit that's been going on in the world. Oh yeah, you did. Frida is part of the Pinko Bingo. Yes, exactly. Tonight's stream, literally 82% less vitriol. Yeah, I can't give myself another heart attack. I can't. And then when I get really fucking angry, then mean things come out. Somebody clipped me talking about somebody else, which I shouldn't have been talking about somebody else, but I was just making an observation about somebody that streams and claims to be on the left. And I'm like, okay. Anyway, they clipped it. I found it on Twitter the other day. I was like, oh shit. Nobody agreed with me. I had a bad take. Oh well. Or they're just a bunch of liberals and they're not, leftists. I don't know. Anyway, let me get back to this. So if I'm going to put this back in the chat, okay? This is what I was reading. And I don't want to go over it again, right? We'll maybe mention it in another hour or two. But, oh my God, what? Circle jerk to the flag? I don't remember. What is this? Uh-oh, we got to watch this? What is this? Oh, Jesus Christ, this is a while back.
Circle jerk to your fucking flag. Keke Pepe, all fucking night long. Have a good time.
I kind of remember this. Wait, hold on. Is that even loud enough? Can y'all hear that?
Go hang out with the Patriots.
Go hang out with the Patriots.
Circle jerk to your fucking flag.
Circle jerk.
Keke Pepe, all fucking night long.
Really?
Have a good time. Your days are fucking numbered.
Yeah.
Your kind is done.
Your kind is done.
Not next week, not next year, not next 10 years, but you're a dying breed.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You're a dying breed. Just like the billionaires and the killionaires of the world.
Jesus Christ.
Dying breed.
Yeah. That face. That's the face of an angry vitriolic bear. Thank you for that. Yeah, that hat works with these headphones, but it gets hot. It gets really hot. Anyway, so there's the link that I put in about the situation developing with the Denver police, and it's really upsetting, and I think we're all gonna be seeing more and more police repression, more Homeland Security, repression, activists being snagged and black bagged, and what do we got here? Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Can't quite read it from here, but cheers. Electronic hick. All right. What do you got here? Animated Fury. All right, we'll check this one out. All right, we'll see what this is. I have.
Identify as an animal.
Oh,
You're
nice.
not real. Go away. Nobody's heard of you. Nobody takes you seriously.
What was I talking about? And I was talking about ANCAPs.
By the way, if you identify as an ANCOM, you're not real.
Oh, I said ANCOM, but I think I meant ANCAP.
Takes you seriously.
Either way. Clipping. So this pleases me. Someone I know decided to share this with me. Shit is fucked up and bullshit. This is from Occupy. I recognize that artwork from Zuccotti Park. I mean, I know that. I'm pretty sure this, or excuse me, not Zuccotti. This is from Foley. This isn't Occupy time, but this is an action at Foley Square in New York City. I believe. Shit is fucked up and bullshit. Nice. Shit is fucked up and bullshit. Things are indeed fucked up and shit. What a fabulous time to be alive, huh? Oh, the Boogaloo thing. This is what I wanted to watch. This is okay. So I don't have TV. Like I don't, and I won't at all watch fucking TV, or pay for TV commercial. Just like for people who are new here, like I just won't. I'm not doing it. And I always try to tell people just lay off the corporate stuff, because it's just so bad for you on so many different levels. But I wanted to watch this. It's become a little topical, right? The Boogaloo. And I don't know. I don't know how serious to take Aloha shirt dudes who seem to be all over the place ideologically. I have friends who watch this stuff a lot. But I just want to see what not the mainstream, but I want to see what the corporate media goons are saying about this bullshit these days. Let's check it out. Hey, play. Why are you not playing?
Those Aloha shirts.
Why is it so quiet?
Igloo masks, but packing heat.
Oh, I see. It's tied in. I see. I'm sorry. I totally understand what's going on now. My apologies. I'm not even high or drunk or anything, but I thought I had separated the audio so I could have this lo-fi hip hop at a certain level. But what I've done is I've turned down everything. That's why it was so damn low. My apologies. Man, what a dynamic streamer I am tonight. Just dynamic. People are just dying to get in here. All right. Let's try this again.
They're not for a luau. Igloo masks, but packing heat.
Ready to go?
The leader of this group goes by the name Shifty. It's not his real name, but a
Shifty.
nickname.
Is that
he
your
gave
real
himself.
name?
And Shifty is a self-proclaimed Boogaloo boy. Today, Shifty is meeting up with about a dozen other Boogaloo boys to attend this Black Lives Matter protest in Austin, Texas. Serving, he says, as a sort of armed protection to keep protesters safe from violence by the police.
What?
His group is armed and ready with those assault rifles, and in their minds, they say they're guarding against what they describe as government intrusion.
Does anybody believe that?
Boogaloos don't often speak to the media.
What? What happened? Really? Really? You're going to freeze up during the stream? Seriously? The fuck? How is that a thing? I'm literally hardwired to the internet. How is that going to be a thing on my stream? Wow. Not cool. All right, I'm gonna reload the page. We'll see what happens. Yeah, this is going well. This is going well, huh? Jesus Christ.
Those Aloha shirts, they're not for a
There we go.
wow. Igloo masks, but packing heat.
Yeah.
Ready to go?
The leader of this group goes by the name Shifty. It's not his real name, but
Time
a
to get
nickname he gave himself.
shifty.
And Shifty is a self-proclaimed
Get shifty.
Boogaloo boy. Today, Shifty is meeting up with about a dozen other Boogaloo boys to attend this Black Lives Matter protest in Austin, Texas. Serving, he says, as a sort of armed protection to keep protesters safe from violence by the police.
Listen,
His group is armed and ready with those assault rifles, and in their minds, they say they're guarding against what they describe as government intrusion. Boogaloos don't often speak to the media, but Shifty agreed to an interview with me via speakerphone just before the protest.
I just got to say, like, I know a lot of people in the movement. I don't know one who has said that the Boogaloos were there to protect us. I don't know. That's weird, but maybe, huh?
So, what's with the Hawaiian shirts? Speaking of your kit.
We needed something to identify ourselves with.
I know you're not trying to seem menacing with the Hawaiian shirts and the igloo patches, but, you know, an AR-style rifle, for many people, is menacing.
People can feel how they want, but the Constitution protects our rights to do that. Everybody who does such in my group is trained and efficient with their weapons.
But Shifty and his fellow Boogaloos are not part of Black Lives Matter.
No.
They're part of a very different and much more secretive movement. They say they're anti-government, anti-establishment, pro-gun, pro-freedom. But their ideology is based on a notion of an impending Second American Civil War.
Freedom for whom?
Which they call Civil War II Electric Boogaloo.
The Electric
the phrase
Boogaloo.
is referencing an old movie from 1984 called Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Breakin'
It was
2.
a breakdancing movie, had nothing to do with violence.
Now you
Love
might ask, what is a film about teens engaging in goofy
I
breakdancing
watched
duels
this when it came out.
have anything
I was
to do
DJing
with armed
in nightclubs
men,
when this
Hawaiian
came out.
Shirts, igloos, and a call for a civil war? Well, not much, actually.
The first reference to the Boogaloo meaning a future civil war started really in the recesses of the internet a few years back, but it crossed over into more mainstream social media platforms back in June of 2018. And since then, it's caught steam.
The word Boogaloo is a throwback to Afro-Latino dance and music made popular in the 60s on shows like American Bandstand. Despite the air of joviality, this movement that's co-opted its name has proven to be deadly serious.
They are an extremist group. Their rhetoric, their pedigree and everything is...
By the way, that guy right there, that guy, Eric Jackson, the professional liar. FBI. Paid liar. Paid lying bad guy.
Is based on violence against peace officers and others.
I'm sure unpaid bad guys.
That they disagree with.
I don't
In
know.
general,
Maybe they're good
there are
guys. I don't
two
know.
broad camps.
I'll be
of
quiet.
Boogaloo. On the one hand, you've got white supremacists who view this civil war through a racial lens. And then you've got the more popular anti-government extremist version of the Boogaloo.
Some members have been accused of using the protest to act on Boogaloo's violent promise of inciting discord. In the last 3 months, several alleged members across the country have been charged with crimes. In Las Vegas, federal authorities say 3 alleged Boogaloo members were found possessing Molotov cocktails. They were arrested. They have since been charged with federal and state crimes,
They all seem to be white.
including a conspiracy to commit acts of terrorism. All 3 men have pled not guilty. And in Oakland, authorities say Air Force Sergeant Stephen Carrillo, a self-avowed Boogaloo member who had posted about the movement online, and Robert Justice Jr. drove this white van to the federal courthouse there. then shot and killed federal officer Patrick Underwood.
They came to Oakland to kill cops.
A week later, a witness spotted that van 70 miles away near Santa Cruz, California.
The witness observed what appeared to be ammunition, firearms, and bomb-making equipment in the van.
Sheriff's deputies followed the van back to Carrillo's home. There, authorities say he ambushed officers, firing on them and throwing explosives. Another officer, Santa Cruz Sheriff Sergeant Damon Gutzweiler, was killed. 2 other officers were wounded. Carrillo went on the run in a white sedan, hitting yet another officer.
Somebody please come help!
Finally, a Good Samaritan tackles him, and police find what they say was a ghost gun, a homemade AR-style rifle he'd allegedly used, and as he was led away, Carrillo yells,
This is what I came fighting. I'm sick of these idiots.
Authorities say Carrillo scrawled "Boog" in blood on one of the vehicles he stole, and in his van, a bulletproof vest with a patch that tied him to the Boogaloo movement. Carrillo and Justice have been indicted and face charges of murder and attempted murder. Both have pled not guilty.
He was a lone wolf, and we do not condone violence or his actions. They were disgusting. He was not doing that in the defense of anybody's individual liberty.
Do you think it's a problem for the Boogaloo that people identify them with Stephen Carrillo's alleged attack on police?
Yes, it has. It has been harmful to some things with us. Yes.
Captain, I just saw your comment there. FBI accurately describes current factions publicly, usually, like Antifa and Boogaloos. It's so funny. Like, I don't even feel like Antifa. It's not an organization like Boogaloo looks like it, like they have a thing, right? I don't know. This is all. How many lone wolves make a pack? Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying. I'm not sure I'm buying this report. I mean, I'm listening to it, right? But I just have such a negative view of Boogaloo people, and is it the correct view to have? Maybe, but and it's not because they claim they don't like the police. That's not why I don't like them, because I feel like they're not really down with the Black Lives Matter movement. That's what I feel like.
So you've actually
I could be wrong.
turned people away who've been advocating violence.
Absolutely.
We take the streets! Who are we? We take the
Yeah, I mean, Antifa's
These Boogaloos
anti-fascist.
claim they are non-violent,
Sounds good.
and they become
Perfectly
a
reasonable
self-involved fixture
default
of protests
position.
across the country. Never formally invited, but making their presence known.
One of the methods of recruiting is joining these protests and putting on a positive face that they are joining the people.
This is another Boogaloo member who wants to be called Trashman. He says he works construction in North Carolina by day. By night, he helps run one of the largest Boogaloo groups on Facebook.
I first became involved in it, or I guess more.
How many feds are undercover posing as Boogaloo?
More aware of it through social
I'm having
media,
a hard
through
time.
Facebook.
Trashman isn't carrying a gun because he says he's a non-violent Boogaloo.
What brought me into this ideology was the inclusion of others. It's not relegated to a certain class of people or a color of people or religion.
Sounds pretty middle of the road, but despite their claims of nonviolence, Homeland Security and the Department of Justice have labeled them as a violent extremist group.
The biggest misconception of the Boogaloo movement is that we're racist terrorists or extremists of any kind.
Facebook
Do
and
tell.
the private messaging service Discord recently categorized the Boogaloos as extremists and purged their groups from the platforms.
Beginning of July, we were shut down on Facebook, my personal profile, as well as, from what I understand, hundreds, if not thousands of others were
I love that
permanently
photo.
deactivated on Facebook.
I love that photo. I love that photo. That meme. That graphic with the words. I wonder if James made that.
It was a smack in the face, for sure.
all they did is fracture us into 1,000 more harder to find pieces, so it didn't slow us down one bit.
Even with the burgeoning attention, the Boogaloos remain very cloak and dagger. But Shifty feels they need to capitalize on the wave of unrest sweeping the country.
Why is it important for you to do this interview, Shifty?
Too many times we do not get a sit down in a relaxed environment to really express our views and really get the word out for what we're standing for, you know, in face, and let people know that this isn't just some internet meme or Facebook group with a bunch of guys sitting in their mother's basements typing on keyboards. This is a real thing.
While some, like Shifty and Trashman, say they toe the nonviolent line, they stand at the ready. The reality of the Boogaloo's anti-government ethos is always present.
So how far are you willing to go, even, let's say, at a protest like a BLM protest?
I'm sorry, I'm so distracted by that guy's hair.
There's always
such of the Boogaloo's anti-government ethos is always present.
Look at this. Look at this.
So
look,
how far are you
look at this
willing
guy's
to go,
hair.
even, let's say,
look at that
protest
hair.
like a BLM protest?
I'm so
There's
jelly.
always the phrase, live to fight another day, but everybody who in our group is prepared to give the ultimate sacrifice in defense of liberty.
Our
Liberty.
only recourse at this point is to be louder than everybody else.
All right.
We need to make our voices very clear and very loud to both unify us and distance ourselves from those that would cause harm to people or present us in a bad light.
I think their ideology and everything tells you exactly what they're here for. Are they here to stay? I think time is going to tell. These groups don't go away. They may morph.
They morph.
Change their name, change their style, change their membership. But the ideologies usually don't change.
Is that an old carbine?
Line, I'm Matt Gutman in Los Angeles.
All right, well, there it is. That's what Nightline is saying. Okay, well, at least I have a better insight as to what Nightline is saying. I have a lot of friends in the movement, in the left movement. Nobody has a positive outlook on the Boogaloo people. You're distracted by the indoor to outdoor cuts. Oh yeah, no, not me. Damn. Anyway, yeah, that's just like I was looking around. I went to the Facebook watch feed, which I never pay attention to because the crap that I get fed on Facebook.
I can't believe people are eating in restaurants.
Like that fucking guy. I'm so tired of him.
Sean, what's up, man? Good to see you.
And why are all the volumes on? Okay. But yeah, like Sean Penn, Brad Pitt, Jennifer Aniston, Julia Roberts. Who the fuck cares? Who watches this stuff? Like with all the shit that's going on. Anyway, so I usually don't look at all. Like I would never click on that. Anyway, this guy though, this guy I'm gonna click on. I love this guy. There's no explaining this guy. This is art. Art. Ask for more. This guy's a trip. He was naked. Well, he had his cello in front of him. And the first time I saw him, and he was doing some gibberish shit, and it was so bizarre. I might have been intoxicated at the time, and it. Anyway, we don't need to see that right now. Like, whatever. But yeah, there's just so much nonsense in the David Morales, not nonsense, but a lot of the professional DJs, my generation, the ones with record labels and had gone on to be super international, are doing regular sets on Facebook. They have special deals that allow them to use copyrighted music. Oftentimes, they own the copyright. But anyway, so enough of this. Oh, is there something from Revolution? Revolution Books? No, we're not doing that. Late Show, we're not doing that. Yeah, none of that. I don't give a shit about this stuff. Let's go to my YouTubes. I wanted to catch this. This is nice. So this is a global conference. This guy got on my radar, Regis. He lives in Moscow, I believe. And he's done some left-leaning Marxist-ish revolutionary-minded interviews. And so he looks like he's got Will Griffin on, and Will is it's Willie Chino. You can look for him under Willie Chino or Will Griffin. He's a Maoist. He's a veteran, Iraq and Afghanistan, and I think this probably ought to be a pretty good conversation to listen to. Willie was in our. Well, it doesn't matter. We'll check this out. I think it'll be good. Libs love that shit. Yeah.
Welcome to another edition of Global Conversations with Regis Tremblay, coming to you from beautiful and historic Yalta in the Crimea
of the
Russian Federation. Yalta is a city of poets, authors, artists, longtime residents, and tourists located between majestic mountains and the Black Sea. Well, welcome to another edition of Global Conversations. My guest tonight, returning for the second time, is a good friend, Will Griffin. He is a veteran of an Army veteran of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. And since leaving the military, he's undergone a whole lot of personal introspection and research to discover who he is and what America is all about.
Yeah.
And
imagine that.
Tonight we're going to talk about.
I turned it up a little faster. Maybe a little faster.
Really very important, and I think kind of distasteful for a lot of Americans. Will starts right out in a recent blog saying America has been a fascist empire for decades, and that's where we're going to pick it up. Will, welcome to the show. Really great to see you.
Hey, Regis, it's great to be back. I appreciate you having me back on, and yeah, I'm ready to start diving into some important discussions that I think everyone, or as many people as possible, should be participating in and listening to.
Yeah, and I'm not hopeful we're going to change the world, but I'm really convinced that with some of these discussions I've been having, we're changing the opinions of some people anyway.
Yeah, a couple people here and there.
It's a very important it's a very important dialogue that I think we're trying to create, because it's not taking place out there in the mainstream by any means. So you start right out in your recent blog. We've got to face some facts. I'm quoting, America has been a fascist empire for decades. It just adapted to the situation. Well, what on earth are you talking about?
Yeah, man.
I know.
What are you talking about?
If you're someone who was raised in the United States and went to either public or private school system, and we were taught about this great democratic history and how we are America is exceptionalist, and we've really paved the way to create a better world, and we're the shining example. Then when you hear America is a fascist state and in fact an empire, it might sound a little bit concerning. But there's a lot of history and analysis to really provide this narrative, which, if the state and the influence of corporations have on the school system, promoting a certain ideology, promoting a certain worldview, they definitely don't want to reveal who they really are if they are really oppressing the masses, the majority of people in the United States and around the world, right? You want to hide that because you want to have as least blowback or resistance to you dominating over people as much as possible.
Yeah.
I also wrote about how Hitler was influenced by the United States. So, when it comes to fascism, people have to ask, what really is fascism? And there's many different interpretations of that. But the one common theme that the majority of people who understand fascism agree upon is that it's the merging of the corporate and the state, right? This is something that Mussolini from Italy proposed and talked about and expanded on. But there is an interpretation of fascism that came out of Western Europe that only really focuses on one characteristic of fascism, and that's that totalitarian, authoritative type of mentality, right? You have Hitler Mussolini, like a one-person type of dictatorship that rules over an entire country and oppresses and brutalizes people to the worst extent possible. But there are other ways to impose fascism. And I think the United States figured that out. By the way, I think it's really important to understand that many corporations in the US financed and supported Hitler and his rise to power in Germany, right? So it's this weird relationship where Hitler was influenced and inspired by the United States, and the United States helped Hitler rise, and then the US learned from how Hitler implemented fascism, and then the US implemented it here in the US. Hitler was really inspired by the genocide of Native Americans in this country, right? As well as the enslavement of Africans, and continuing on with the Jim Crow system, and really kind of took that and just went full swing with it. But Hitler ultimately failed. So did Mussolini and the other types of this totalitarian, which I would call overt fascism. And the US basically said, we can't do that here. So they went with a covert fascism, right? And I think fascism was really implemented during World War II, maybe a little bit before, maybe more solidified a little bit after.
Maybe.
But as we know, this is what Vladimir Lenin said. Lenin said that fascism is capitalism in decay. Like I said, capitalism creates crises
Absolutely.
over and over and
Capitalism
over and over.
decay.
Whenever it does, it doesn't know how to resolve those crises. Therefore, something else has to come into play to resolve those crises. Usually it's either socialism or it's fascism. Fascism rebuilds capitalism to its state, or it just takes capitalism to that next level and stays in a fascist state. So during World War II,
okay,
and let me back up. In the 1930s, since the 1929 Great Depression, all of the 1930s, the U.S. and the whole capitalist world was in crisis mode, and they had to do something about it, right? They created the military-industrial complex. They did a lot of different types of reforms, and eventually built a United States empire all around the world. And part of doing this was the consolidation of all the other imperialist states under the wing of the United States, mainly Western Europe and Japan. But they did this. It was like a twofold character, a dual characteristic is what we would call it, right? We know that overseas, the U.S. has been more totalitarian with its foreign policies, directly killing people and or directly supporting, training, funding straight out fascist organizations. We know a lot of this in Latin America, but also in Africa and other places around the world.
Capitalist kind of capital. That's what they do.
But at home, it was more of giving concessions to the American working class.
They had to.
Sort of a bribe with the New Deal, right?
Yeah,
giving
they had
these concessions, these benefits to the working class to be like, hey, I know capitalism is in crisis, but here's a little bit of a bribe for you to lose that revolutionary sentiment, that revolutionary idea, and to continue just working under this corporate state, this fascist state. And people took that as like a way forward of promoting democracy, strengthening the working class. And I guess it did in many ways. But really what it did was it united the U.S. ruling class and the working class in continuing to exploit the third world overseas, right? So they united, they had a class unity in this perspective. And again, just to remind folks, I'm a Marxist.
About unity, but
I'm a dialectical materialist and
alliance.
Historical materialist. I believe that it is a class struggle that has pushed human civilization forward. And the state that we're in today, especially in the U.S., is a class-based society. There's a certain class or group, mainly a minority group, that controls most of the resources. And
minority group being a minority of human beings, not a minority group. He's talking, 1/10 of 1%. There's a lot of hiss, and I've checked my stuff. It's in the original. It's probably on the host's end.
And decision-making power. And then there are the majority of people, mostly known as the working class or the proletariat, that actually produce all of the wealth, but they are exploited and oppressed by that tiny minority class. So that's the kind of the epoch that we're in right now. And really to just frame it more in a historical perspective, humans started off in what people call hunter-gatherer societies, right? This is what Marxists call primitive communism.
Oh, I
right?
see where he's going with
this. We had
this.
primitive communism, then we went into the slave economy.
Yeah.
Then we went into
3 modes.
the feudal economy, and then we went into the capitalist economy. And then next is going to be, and has been in a few cases, a socialist economy. And then eventually we want to get to a communist society where there is no state and there are no classes. The reason and the basis for this analysis is by studying the economic systems in these different epochs and different eras, right? So the slave economy, the feudal society, the capitalist society all had different modes of production, is what we call it, right? A different base of, or different economic base. And that is the progression of history, essentially, right? That's not what we're taught in the school system. What we're taught is George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Napoleon, like these names and these great battles, but we're not taught like a class analysis of how human society has progressed and changed throughout time. And I think that's like a key aspect to understanding why the U.S. is a fascist empire. What is the problems with capitalism, why it's failing, and the path that it's taking us on, as well as trying to create a strategy to overcome capitalism to create a better world. And I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what the situation looks like now, concretely, in the United States. According to you, what does this capitalist or post-capitalist or fascist environment look like?
Oh, wow, okay. Again, just like my previous interview with you, I said that I was a scientific socialist, right? So I try to have a scientific understanding of what things are and to actually build off of the evidence that is collected. Because I think you and I have been in many spaces where we sit in a room full of activists, organizers, thinkers, and we kind of just collect the best ideas that come out of it. You know, that honestly, that's not a scientific way of doing things. You know, scientists don't just sit there and be like, what's the best idea that we can just think of? No, you have to test things out. And whether you like or don't like the outcome, there is a certain way or a certain conclusion that that test has provided. And you have to work based off of that, right? Now, we know that socialist revolutions and socialist construction has worked up to a certain point, mainly the Russian Revolution and mainly the Chinese Revolution.
Yeah.
These are the two revolutions and the two socialist societies that push the class struggle closest to communism. Remember, socialism is just a transition phase between capitalism to communism. And if you're not transitioning forward to communism, you're backtracking back to capitalism, right? Now, what does a post-capitalist society look like?
Who knows?
It's a socialist transition. It is a society that is constantly trying to change the economic base. Like I said, primitive communism, slave economy, feudalism, capitalism, and then socialism, and then eventually communism. Now,
yeah, just chat. I'm not sure what that means. Consequentialism. An excuse for not being morally consistent. I'm not sure what you're on about there. But yeah, there's definitely not enough class analysis or class consciousness. Just there's a severe lack of class consciousness in the United States, for sure.
Now, Richard Wolff is a famous Marxist economist in the U.S., and he keeps talking about
Richard
the
Wolff,
capitalist
101.
relations of production, which is the employer
Oh,
and
of course.
employee relationship.
I usually do
right?
that.
That's a class analysis, basically.
Let me find it.
Socialism, in that transition phase, wants to change those relations of production. It wants to make a more democratic workplace. If you are to go to a job and get a job somewhere, do an interview, then you'll get paid $15 an hour. You're definitely producing more than $15 an hour because that capitalist, the employer, needs to exploit you for money, right? Socialism says, no. We're not going to just give this free labor and free wealth to someone who's not actively producing it. And therefore, we want to change that relationship, right? Socialism.
And just to be clear, the guy we're listening to, the reason we're listening to it is for Willie, the young man on the screen. The show he's on is some guy that somehow I think got on my radar the first time Willie went on that other guy's show. Willie has his own thing called the Peace Report. So if you want to follow this cat, look for on YouTube, on Facebook, and probably Instagram and everything, right? Twitter. Look for the Peace Report. And it's Will Griffin but you can also look for Willie Chino, Chino, same person. Will Griffin is his real given name, but Willie Chino online sometimes, and he's a member of the new African Black Panther Party. I think that's the correct name.
Struggle between classes. It's trying to actively change the capitalist relations of production and eventually trying to even it out to be as equal as possible, right? Despite the misinformed education that we receive in the United States and as well as all capitalist countries on earth today, we still have this sense of being equal, of being democratic. But ultimately, we know that we don't live in a democratic society. Our votes don't matter. We get exploited at work. Our voices don't matter. We get killed by the police. We don't get health care, these basic necessities to life. So we have this urge to become democratic. So that is what we're actually trying to do. But we need to do it in a scientific way where we're just not just thinking of just random ideas and acting upon them, but building off of what millions of people have done before us that has proven that socialist construction and the socialist transition to communism is possible. It takes a lot of work, but we're going to have to throw away these old ideas that have been given to us through our public education system, which was created for and by the capitalists to maintain their dominance over us. And we need to come up with new ideas that are based off of really the science of revolution.
The science of revolution. So when you hear people dismissing the idea that socialism, that there's such a thing as scientific socialism, then you know you're talking to somebody who's not terribly advanced in their in their political development. But anyway, I'm going to try not to do this. Let's listen to Willie. But as far as the chat goes, so yeah, I see what you're saying there about this consequentialism. I see what you're saying. I've never heard the term, but I get it.
Okay, so you described some of the problems that our capitalist society has caused for all of us, the 99%, the workers, the relationship between the employer and the worker. We talked about, you mentioned healthcare is not available. It's too expensive. Millions of people don't have it. The great disparity of wealth.
It's not too expensive. We can have it. It's not because it's expensive. I mean, it's expensive for us, but
we're divided over a myriad of issues, from race, religion, to sexual orientation, you name it. These are all the products of this capitalist class warfare. Would you agree with that?
Generally, yes, but not all of these problems came from in the capitalist era. It also has come from previous eras, dating all the way back to primitive communism. When really the key word here is surplus value.
Lock up
when
the
surplus
food.
value was invented, and this is during the agricultural revolution. That when you have surplus value, you need to protect that if you're trying to dominate it, right? And what do? You create something called a state, a barrier between you and the oppressed. But yeah, generally, capitalism is continuing these problems, creating new problems, and definitely does not have the structures in place to resolve any of these issues.
Okay, so capitalism, you said, produces crisis after crisis after crisis. We can go back just to the Great Depression, 1929, the 30s. We can fast forward, and World War I, World War II, JFK assassinations, the 9/11, Pearl Harbor, 9/11, all of these crises have really been spawned by this elite class to further their domination and American imperialism. Would you agree with that?
Did he say JFK assassinations? That was weird.
Absolutely. And real quick, I'm just glad you said that, because a lot of people blame humanity. And it's like, no, it's a tiny minority group that is like pushing humanity off of a cliff right now.
Yeah. And so let me ask you this. I would describe the situation that we are in today. And when I say we, I mean the entire human species on this planet. The situation appears to me to be catastrophic.
Yeah.
You talk about pushing us close to the cliff.
It feels catastrophic.
We're getting closer and closer because of this great disparity of wealth, poverty, starvation, famine, these endless wars with millions and millions of people being murdered, with the environment being ravaged by the tens of thousands of bombs, Agent Orange in Vietnam, depleted uranium now, and then climate change. And then there's the threat of nuclear annihilation because of the reckless provocations of the United States against Russia and China.
This guy is so negative. Why is he going to be so negative? Come on, man. Come on. Visualize world peace. Love Trump's hate, man. Come on. Why are you going to be such a downer? Why are you going to be a doomer?
So, we agree that the situation is catastrophic. Now, do you think the population in America, and I'm only talking about America now because I don't think the population in America is ready for this transition.
It doesn't matter if they're ready or not. It doesn't matter what the population is ready for. Shit is going to transition. We're going to turn fascist or we're going to turn socialist. It's going to happen. And eventually, well, whatever.
Revolution towards away from capitalism, post-capitalism to socialism. Your comments on the readiness of the American people and what's it going to take to spark this revolution?
I think that's the common misconception that people have had. When the Russian Revolution happened in 1917, it wasn't spontaneous. When the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party declared itself in 1949, that wasn't a spontaneous revolution. Maybe uprisings are spontaneous. Revolutions are planned based off of evidence, in a scientific measure of strategy and tactics, pushing the class struggle forward. Lenin, remind you, in Russia, there was a proletariat revolution in 1905.
Yeah.
12 years before the actual Russian Revolution. It failed.
And there were two in 1917.
Continued to push that class struggle forward to overthrow the Tsar of Russia, right? These things are not, they're not spontaneous. Revolutions are planned out. When Napoleon and the bourgeois and the capitalist class overthrew the feudal lords hundreds of years ago, that was a planned action. They organized the military. They organized the bourgeois forces and other classes within society to overthrow the feudal lords, the kings, the monarchs, to create a capitalist society. It was planned out. It wasn't just one day everyone got sick of it. And that's the thing, like, I think we need to realize is that this stuff is seriously planned out. I think there's been a serious failure of communists and socialists within the United States to actually, one, have a grounded, principled analysis of society and the history, which is important to develop the strategy moving forward. And then they've also propagated and organized within the masses and their communities in incorrect ways. And we can really, I mean, there's like the tailless version, the commandless version. You're trying to do the correct line. You're trying to implement the mass line. Now, these are terms that a lot of people are unfamiliar with, but there's a whole world out there.
By the way, if you're unfamiliar with any of these terms, that's one of the advantages. One of the advantages of joining a revolutionary organization, because there are classes, there are study groups, there are materials. You can go to workers.org. I mean, he's a Maoist, but the stuff overlaps, excuse me. You can go to workers.org and look at the materials there for the candidate classes, and you'll find all sorts of valuable information, all kind of culled and cultivated, curated, put up there on the website to go through with other comrades or yourself in your spare time.
Of understanding strategy, coming up with an ideology and a philosophy of understanding that world that we want to achieve, and understanding capitalism through that worldview and through that philosophy. So you can analyze, like, what class forces are the revolutionary class forces? What are the forces that can overthrow the current regime? And how can we implement a better world for all people and maintain it? Because socialism, it didn't fail in Russia. It didn't fail in China. It was defeated. And it was defeated mainly by internal contradictions. When people blame it on U.S. imperialism, which is an external contradiction. But my point is that
I don't know about that. I mean, maybe both. I wouldn't say it was more internal than external, but that's doesn't matter.
Revolution is not spontaneous. It's a well thought out, planned plan of action.
I just want to interject my thought on that as well. So, a lot of times when I'm talking to somebody about the future, and you're a revolutionary, what's your plan? What's your plan? Like, they expect me to, like, pull out a plan. Like, yeah, I got a blueprint, and here's what it's going to look like, and they do this. Just what about this? What about that? What about, and like, it's a bunch of whataboutism. It's a big circle jerk. It's a way of just moving the goalposts in the conversation So, people who don't want to do anything, people who don't want to make the world any better, people who benefit from the world the way it is and don't give a shit that cops are murdering people and don't give a shit if we're blowing up, people all over the planet, don't give a shit. People who don't give a shit, they want to see a plan. They want to see a blueprint, because then they can do the whole whataboutism bullshit. So they can just excuse themselves from the struggle. So yeah, tell me what is the problem is and how you plan on fixing it. Here, let me get that book out. It's in my back pocket. Yeah. So these and I would also say that revolutions aren't planned. Like, nobody had a fucking plan. Now, plans for this, plans for that, react to this, react to that, principles, well thought out principled lines. There's a lot of like a professional layer of revolutionaries, cadre, that can help intervene when things start falling apart. But it's not like it's not like you get everybody to sign up for the revolution and then on a certain day you go, hey, this is time. It doesn't work that way. And so this is, again, goes back to studying how did all of these revolutions come about? Why did they come about? You study those things, and it's really helpful in your analysis of current conditions and what is possible. And that's really what I think what we're looking for is, at least for me on the left. I want to let people, I want to dispel the myths we can dispel, and I want to encourage people to get involved in activism, because it's in the actual acts. It's in going to the demos and planning, planning the demos and planning the actions and taking the arrests or whatever it is you're doing on the left. It's in doing is when you become more radicalized. And it's in the doing. It's standing on the picket line, right? It's watching your friends, neighbors, or yourself and family get brutalized by a system that doesn't give a fuck about you. So that's kind of the little kind of, he hasn't touched on this, and he may, but I just thought I thought that was a good time to throw that in there.
Wow. That's very, very interesting and really pretty profound. I think when most people, and certainly me, I was thinking of just spontaneous uprisings. But you are insisting, as a scientific socialist, that these revolutions are planned. So here's my question. Do we have a Marx? Do we have a Lenin? Do we have somebody of that stature that is providing the intellectual groundwork and the plan to bring about this revolution from capitalism to socialism?
Well, I think the question is twofold. One is a focus on the individual, but I would stress the importance of focusing on the class forces.
Yeah.
The masses are the ones that are going to make history. It's not one person. It's not Marx, Lenin, or Mao.
There's no great man theory bullshit going around.
Single-handedly. They can't. Nobody can do that.
Yeah.
But they can provide an analysis from their experiences, from other people's experiences, and turn it into a revolutionary theory.
Analysis.
That's what Marx did with the help of Engels. That's what Lenin did with the help of Stalin. And that's what Mao did with many of
leadership,
the people in the Communist Party that helped him. Now, today, there are revolutions being fought today, but we live in imperialist countries. And therefore, ever since the end of history, the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, Francis Fukuyama, in his famous book, and saying the end of history, saying that capitalism, aka liberal democracy, has won over the socialist system, and therefore this is the end of history. There's no more moving forward. When that happened, there was a disconnect between the oppressor nations and the oppressed nations, mainly the imperialist nations and the third world, right? So what I'm saying is that there are revolutions being fought in the Philippines, in India. There were revolutions being fought in Peru, in Nepal. These are oppressed countries in the third world that we're not paying attention to. Did you know that the Communist Party of India, Maoist, controls 1/3 of India? They have liberated 1/3 of all of the Indian country.
I was surprised to hear that. I'm aware of the struggle there. I didn't realize it was 1/3. It's certainly not 1/3 of the population. 1/3 of the landmass. What, jungles that haven't been reached by the main, I don't know. That's interesting.
Right? The Philippines has multiple base areas and islands where they're fighting the fascist regime of Duterte, right? A lot of Maoists claim that the Philippines,
and they were fighting the regime before that as well. It's not like it's just Duterte.
Filipino Communist Party is the most advanced communist party in the world today because they're pushing that class struggle forward. Like nowhere else on earth is really doing it. And we're not paying attention to that, right? We're paying attention to only what the imperialist nations are doing. And that seriously needs to change because after all, it is poor and oppressed people that are the most revolutionary forces in society because like Marx said, they literally have nothing to lose with their chains. But then we have a petty bourgeois class that sits comfortably, wants to do activism, hold signs on the street and act like they're actually doing something, but not actually uplift the actual poor and oppressed people in the society and in the world. Like that's a contradiction in the way that we view the world. And that's why that class is not a revolutionary class.
Yeah, I totally feel what he's saying here. Totally feel what he's saying. I've heard him say this before. I have a little bit of a different take, but we're on the same page.
It's the most poor and oppressed people in society, but they need to be organized because they don't have the resources or they've never been taught the skills to organize. And that's why people like Marx, Lenin, and Mao, who have the time and resources to study and analyze and come up with a theory, bring it to the poor and oppressed communities, and they take it up as their own, and then actually wage a successful revolution, creating a better situation for that nation in particular. But today, I would argue, and this probably goes into some of the people that you've interviewed in the past, we hear this word globalization.
All right, before he gets into globalization, I just want to say that it's not like you have to have people who are in the ivory towers, making the theory. Like people who have never read theory at all are thoroughly revolutionary by their lived experiences. That was a little, anyway.
We question the sovereignty of nation states, but the idea of capitalism and globalization and the U.S. empire and its influence in all the nations around the world, that makes it a global economy. And how do you fight a global economy from an independent nation view? And so a lot of these things are in analysis. A lot of different people are testing things out, but we can't it has to be based off of historical evidence. Concrete evidence, and can't just be like made up out of thin air, basically.
Right.
But there are things happening. We just need to pay attention to them.
All right. Let me ask you this: Would you say that Americans have become an oppressed people? Are we at that level yet?
Some.
Are we an oppressed nation?
Oh no, absolutely not. The U.S. is at the top of the food chain, but that doesn't mean there are people that are being oppressed in the country.
Exactly.
That's why it's a class-based society. So, I wonder if the viewers who watch this, have they ever heard of the lumpen proletariat, the labor aristocracy, even the proletariat or the bourgeoisie or the petty bourgeoisie or the comprador or the national bourgeoisie? These are different class forces we need to start analyzing, but we're also stuck on race, sexual orientation, whatever. When it's like these other oppressed identities aren't the drivers of history, whatever. When it's like these other oppressed identities aren't the drivers of history. It's been class forces that have driven history forward.
Wow. I have to come back to this. Is it happening here in America? Is it happening around the world? This scientific analysis, this awareness that it's class struggle, not all these other issues that divide us. Is it happening? And is there a plan that's emerging? To me, I feel like in a very desperate situation. I don't see it happening. So what could you say about that?
Well, we're still suffering from McCarthyism, aren't we? As a nation, as a people. We still, as Assata Shakur said, I was raised on the anti-communist diet.
Right.
So not only we can't just dive deep into communist theory, revolutionary theory, we have to undo all of, if you're 18 years old and you graduate from high school, or even if you go to college and you graduate in your 20s, that's 20 something years of undoing.
Yeah, propaganda.
We live in a society that is constantly putting an ideology on us. So ideology is one perspective we need to really understand. Everyone has a philosophy, everyone has a worldview, everyone has an ideology. If you don't claim one, your default ideology is the one of your oppressor,
right?
The one of the ruling class. That's your default ideology. So claim it, be aware of it, be conscious of it, study it, analyze it, and see if it is the correct one that is, uplifting the oppressed and poor people in the world, trying to create a better world, essentially, right? The second thing is, like I said about the concessions, since the New Deal, giving the GI Bill benefits, giving pay raises, giving more affordable housing to poor people, right? These are concessions. The ruling class is giving bribes to the working class right now. Right now, we're seeing those contradictions, sharp bribes to the working class, to poor people, right? These are concessions. The ruling class is giving bribes to the working class right now. Right now, we're seeing those contradictions sharpen, where they're not bribing us so much as they were maybe when during your generation, right after World War II, beginning of Vietnam War. Concessions were strong then, but the ruling class has consistently been trying to take those concessions away. You and me know activists and organizers who are talking about how the corporations are trying to steal our Social Security, our Medicare, all that stuff. They are, because those are concessions that they had to made 70 years ago to prevent a revolution. But those little bit of concessions still hold us here in the U.S., where we're in a position like, do we want to go full revolutionary and risk everything? Or do we want to still be oppressed and exploited, but live a somewhat better life than what we see in Africa? And guess what? Most people say, you know what? I think I'd rather just be in this crappy position, but still be better than the next continent over. Right? And that's a problem that we need to seriously, because we have more in common with the people who are oppressed in Africa than we do with our own ruling class here.
I'm sorry. I was in his
and
face.
These contradictions, class contradictions, are irreconcilable under capitalism. They cannot be resolved under the capitalist mode of production. It can only be resolved after a socialist revolution, when the people take state power and start to change those relations of production. And that's how we move forward. And that's the typical Marxist analysis. But there's different types of Marxists, there's different types of communists, and there's different types of revolutionary organizations in the U.S. that have all kinds of weird views. Because that's what we're in, a country that is a white supremacist, patriarchal, settler colonial, capitalist imperialist empire that is also fascist. And we have so many different ideas floating around us, and we're so bombarded by advertisements, commercials, capitalist bourgeois ideology and philosophy that we can't even concentrate for an hour to focus on learning what is real and what is not real, what benefits me and my class and what doesn't. And that is so hard to do in this, when if you're in a semi-feudal country like the Philippines, you're like, that's the landlord that's killing my family, I know who the enemy is. When here it's like, oh, who's the shareholder, who's the greatest shareholder of Monsanto or Lockheed Martin? We don't really know who that is, but we know there's someone there, and they're taking taxpayer dollars away from us, they're taking our healthcare away from us, but it's like kind of like very blurry, right? And that's why we need, I would stress, a scientific analysis of all of this really complex stuff.
Okay, so it sounds to me like we're losing the battle here in America and the Western world, because I think you have to agree with me. The majority of people are not aware of the things that you've been talking about.
Well, yeah.
This scientific analysis, this history of class struggle and revolution, transitions from...
yeah, but the good thing is the majority of people don't have to. It doesn't take a majority of the people to make it happen.
Socialism to communism to capitalism to socialism. I don't hear those discussions from anywhere, really. I heard it from you and a couple of Russian friends. So I kind of think we're kind of in a desperate situation. I think we're running out of time. And my question to you is, you are so articulate and so knowledgeable about this scientific socialism and a scientific approach to revolution. Are we running out of time?
Yeah, I think being as scientific as possible, one of the realizations is that it may be too late. We really cannot really know that until
it might be too late.
Right? But there is, at the same time, there is the possibility of changing the world And in my personal view, things are going to change this is one way of looking at it. The only way that things are going to change, and in a dramatic and significant way, is what I would call like the Hollywood blockbuster American style way of doing things. Very last minute. You just push things to the very, like we're walking off of a cliff, you're running off of a cliff, and right before it looks like you're going to jump off, but you just stop and you're just like, ah, and then you stop and you change directions, right? Like very last minute type of change style. And I think that's
is that the view of a scientific socialist? I don't know. That was interesting.
That's what's going to happen.
What is up, Lord of the Junk? Welcome, Lord of the Junk. Hang out. We're listening to Willie Chino talk to an expat that lives in Crimea, I think. An American lives in Crimea, interviewing Willie. It's been interesting.
Then,
For me,
what I'm saying is that's probably the best case scenario because of all the problems that we just talked about.
Yeah, I think climate change is exactly why he's saying it might be too late. I'm sure it's about climate change. I don't think it's too late. Capitalism is going to eat itself and destroy itself. I mean, it doesn't need our help. We should help, but it doesn't need our help. We should help, but it's going to, on its own, with our help. Join a revolutionary organization today. But yeah, climate change might make the whole thing, well, it could be too late. I don't know.
But if one does have the view that it is too late, then just live out the rest of your life. Either live out the rest of your life the best way that you can, or just call it quits now.
Netflix and chill.
What are we trying to live for now then, right? There is something that we like to talk about in the circles that I'm in is revolutionary optimism.
Yeah, baby.
Right? We do not. We're not doing this because there's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
There is a reality. There is a potentiality of actually changing this country, of changing the world, because we know what it takes. But the problem is convincing people that it's possible, right? And that's a huge thing that I feel like media producers like you and me really can contribute to in creating these discussions. And one last thing I want to say is, like, when you say like we don't hear people talk about this, one of the reasons is because we live in a fascist state. We live in a police state. We're under constant surveillance. They're collecting all of our metadata that can be used against us in the future or used against us right now. So people are very fearful of coming out publicly about who they are, what line they actually propose. That's why you see a lot of these communists online have pseudonyms, aliases, fake names, because they don't want to reveal who they really are. Because
you
that's
have two names, Willie.
Not to mention the actual fascist and malicious and white supremacist organizations that are actively hunting down black and brown people outside of the actual state surveillance system, right? So these are issues of all, that are all of a concern to me and other people.
Well, I certainly love that phrase. What was it? Revolutionary optimism?
But you never heard it before?
I think I've never heard that term before.
Oh,
but
Jesus
I think it describes
Christ! Really?
What I feel and what a lot of us feel is that we're resisting.
I'm sorry. That's just so weird to me. He hosts left people on his show, but he hasn't heard revolutionary optimism before. So, like, a lot of times I'll say people, it's okay. Nobody comes to the left or nobody comes to politics fully formed. And everybody's on some sort of, everybody's moving and changing and developing over their lifetime. But that's really surprising that really surprised me that he had never heard that before.
What's happening? We're pretty much aware that this is a very class struggle. More and more people, I think, are realizing that. And
Electron Hick, thank you. Thank you for coming here.
We refuse to give up.
Thanks for hanging out.
We refuse to quit. Like you, I'm
hopeful. Appreciate you coming by.
I'm hopeful that we can turn this around before.
We'll try to make it pleasant while you listen and sleep.
It might not happen because I think we're really running out of time.
Yeah,
I want to transition and ask your opinion, because I think I know how you feel about American democracy and elections, but what do you see playing out right now in this electoral countdown to November 3rd.
Oh, Jesus.
Between Trump and Joe Biden.
Oh, well,
or watch his body language.
It's a hard one. I think this electoral system doesn't benefit the majority of Americans. I think the majority of Americans know this because the majority of Americans do not vote. Election after election. Well, yet we keep going to them and saying, hey, if you vote this time, things will seriously change.
Come on, Charlie Brown. Kick that ball, Charlie Brown. I promise not to pull it away.
Again, going back to overt fascism versus covert fascism, Trump is overt fascist. Biden is a covert fascist.
Yeah.
Many of the same policies are going to be implemented, whether it's Biden or Trump. I do think there are going to be.
I absolutely hate that saying. What did you? I'm sorry, I can't quite read your name from here. Mad Joe Kung Fu. It's such a silly saying. That's what a lot of people say it. If you're not a liberal at 25, if you're not a conservative, okay. I mean, I've been hearing it all my life, but I don't think it holds any water. I don't think it has any scientific backup whatsoever. Period. But that's a derailing discussion.
Some people and groups in America that may be significantly impacted and treated differently if Biden were in. At the same time,
there you go, Captain Crunch.
That is not, that is not how society changes, as I said before. Do you think that Napoleon or any of the bourgeois forces went up to the kings and queens of the feudal era and said, "Can we vote in a new system?" No,
let's vote it in.
The kings and queens are like, "No, I have a certain amount of power that I'm not going to give up unless we go to war." And guess what? They went to war and overthrew those monarchs and created a whole new capitalist system. Because that is how society progresses forward, right? It isn't sitting here being like, oh, well, maybe if I press this button, that this whole entire, like, Jeff Bezos is going to stop exploiting all the Amazon workers.
Yeah, like, and this whole bullshit about nonviolence. If you want to change things, you have to do it nonviolently. The motherfuckers that are in charge for the last 300 years during capitalism, they did not do it nonviolently. There is no video game where you can vote away the ruling class power. Just saying.
Lockheed Martin is going to stop dropping bombs all over the Middle East and North Africa. Like that's that. For some reason, we need to stop believing in that system. But that also means we have to actively participate in changing society. And a lot of people, Americans have become, not all, but there's generally many groups in America that have become lazy. And my saying is that white supremacy has made white people dumb. Patriarchy has made men dumb. Because they're not, and on and on and on with different types of oppression and dominant systems. Because if you're a white person in a white supremacist nation, you're shielded from all of the rest of types of racial oppressions. Same thing with men in a patriarchal system. Yeah. Same thing with the heteronormative sexual orientation people that is considered normal compared to other people who face all types of oppressions. Trans people are literally lynched, right? They are killed. They're actively mutilated and killed in this country. So we need to wake up out of this bubble, basically, and realize that things are possible, but it's going to take active engagement, dedication, commitment, and to do it in a principled, scientific way, right? And that's a lot of hard work. And people would rather say, I'd rather just do my 9-to-5 job.
Okay, with the few minutes that we have left, you've said activism, people standing on a corner with a sign every Friday of the week, or 1 million people showing up for one day in Washington, whether it's pink hats or, Black Lives Matter, whatever. But the next day it's over with. What you're basically saying is this is not cutting it. So here's my question, because you keep coming back to activism. Revolutionary people are not sitting around discussing what we could do. They're not carrying signs. They're out there doing it. So, briefly, because we'll come back to this again in the future, because I think it's so important and it's really very profound and hard for a lot of people to get around it. What are you doing now to organize and plan this revolution from where we are now to socialism?
Well, the first thing I do want to quickly say is that if people are interested, they should go on YouTube or any type of internet search engine and type in mobilization versus organization. Mobilization versus organization. I also recommend, if you do that in YouTube, there's a video by Kwame Ture that will pop up. It's a 4-minute video and he really goes into it. But there is a deep difference between mobilization and organization. So like you said, the protests, the weekend stuff, the holding the signs up, that's mobilizing people. Anybody can do that, but it doesn't really change things. Organization is what I want to do and what I'm trying to focus on, right? With mobilization, we've forgotten that we need to build relationships with
yeah, I just want to stop him right there. So I'm in an organization that mobilizes and organizes. You can do both. If you're only mobilizing, it's a circle jerk. Nothing happens. It's performative. Maybe it feels good, whatever. But the whole point of mobilizing is to build bonds and build relationships with the people who come out, and to draw them into your orbit. Build relationships with them. Maybe there are groups that only mobilize and don't organize. I don't know. I think all the groups that I know of, and I'm sure I know just as many, if not more, than our comrade here, they all do that. I don't know. It's just kind of a weird flex.
Another really change things. Organization is what I want to do and what I'm trying to focus on, right? With mobilization, we've forgotten that we need to build relationships with one another, specifically in oppressed communities. When we go into oppressed communities and just hold signs up, we're not building relationships with people. We're not understanding their conditions, how they're being oppressed and exploited in those communities, right? We need to build trust with them. We need to build relationships with them. We need to work with them. That is essentially going down the road of organization, more specifically something called base building. That's another term that people can look up, base building. This is what they're doing in the Philippines. This is what they're doing in India. This is what has happened during the Chinese Revolution. And there's different methods of doing it depending on the conditions that you're at, in the rural areas, in the urban areas, so on and so forth. What I'm doing is working with an organization called the United Panther Movement that is continuing the legacy of the original Black Panther Party. And we want to continue and push forward specifically the Rainbow Coalition that was initiated by the Chicago chapter of the Black Panther Party,
right?
Famously,
the OG Rainbow Coalition,
voiced by Fred Hampton. Right, the Rainbow Coalition is organizing people according to either their race or their nationality. Right, the Puerto Ricans, the Black New African community, the East Asian community, the Indigenous or Chicano communities, and understanding that we have serious class interests that align, that we have the same oppressor, that we have the same enemy. Right, because like you said earlier, we're divided by race, gender, sexual orientation, so on and so forth. But those aren't the real divisions. I shouldn't say that, because those are serious oppressions that should be analyzed and acknowledged. But it's class that is principle and needs to be taken up. And we seem to forget class because we're not taught anything about class history, historical materialism, or any of that. So I'm working with the
I don't know who he's hanging out with outside of his. I know his party takes up all those things. But when I hear leftists talk about, well, people aren't doing this, and I'm like, I don't know. All the leftists that I know are doing it. Democrats aren't doing it. Liberals aren't doing it. But I don't know. It's weird.
The Panther Movement, it's considered a revolutionary mass organization for anybody to join. We specifically focus on recruiting, organizing, and working with people from oppressed communities. That basically means non-white folks, even though white folks are welcome to come in. But everyone we try to proletarianize people to understand that it's the proletarian world outlook that is the most revolutionary and the most beneficial towards moving towards a socialist revolution. But we invite people of all different types of philosophies, ideologies into the organization so we can work together.
Good.
We really focus on building what's called Serve the People programs, which is going into communities, investigating, seeing what they need most, and trying to build a program based off of that.
Workers World has I would say deep organizing. Serve the people, deep organizing, go into the community, find out what they need, show up, solidarity with them. There's different descriptions for these kind of things.
One of the most popular examples is the free breakfast program by the original Black Panther Party. That was a serve the people program. Another aspect is we're providing political education. A lot of the terms that I've said on this interview and this discussion may not have been known to a lot of people. That requires political education and history to understand.
Yeah.
Another aspect is to connect our comrades inside of the prison system to our family members and comrades in our oppressed communities, right?
So Thursday night, 8:00, Prison Solidarity Network, Prison Solidarity Committee. There'll be a webinar, and I will broadcast it on Twitch. It'll be all over Facebook and other places as well, but that's going to be on Thursday at 8:00. Interesting that he brought up the prisoners because, yeah, I'll get some more information on that, and then afterwards, I think we'll have Ted Kelly or someone else, a couple of people come on Discord and discuss what we saw. It should be a very, very eye-opening, enlightening, and good informational night, revolutionary even.
Because the prison plays a particular role specifically against revolutionaries and revolutionary organizations, right? And we know the history of COINTELPRO and all of that, right? But other than that, we're open to a lot of different ideas that uphold the 10-point program of the original Black Panther Party and now taken up by the New African Black Panther Party, the NABBP, New African Black Panther Party. And again, this is called the United Panther Movement. You can check us out on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter.
There you go.
Well, Will, this has been on the one hand for me mind-blowing. On the other hand, mind-blowing because it's been so educational. I've learned so much from this discussion tonight, and I hope that our listeners, I'm sure they will feel the same way. I will put in the description to the video, United Panther Movement, Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture. If you could send me that link to that short video, I'm sure I have it somewhere because he's been one of my idols. Several people that I know very close and personally were friends with him and involved with him in the revolutionary struggle, starting when he was, going to school at Howard University in Washington, D.C., all the way through the voter registration in the South and thereafter. So I think he's great, and I'd like to share that with people. And I will put some of the other terminology in the description: base building, mobilization versus organization, and for sure the United Panther Movement. We have to do this again pretty soon. I want to pick up right where we've left off on the education and the organizing and the community service, which is the actual doing something as opposed to just carrying a sign saying Black Lives Matter. We good with that?
Exactly. I appreciate that, Regis. Can I just take a quick 30-minute shout out to other media producers that I think are already taking up this type of field? Check out the Marxist Project on YouTube. They really go deep in explaining these complex ideas of Marxism through these short educational videos. Check out Anticonquista, a revolutionary media outlet for the Latinx and Caribbean diaspora.
That's Ramiro.
Check out RashidMOD.com, which is the website and blog of the Minister of Defense, Kevin Rashid Johnson of the New African Black Panther Party. He's got 15 years of theoretical writings that touch on, all kinds of different things. And just build off of there and continue educating ourselves, continue tuning into these interviews that you're doing, Regis. And we got to push ourselves to the next limit because that's what it's going to take. Change isn't going to fall into our lap. We're going to have to actively engage with it and participate in that change. So with that said, I really do appreciate having this discussion with you, Regis, and I hope the listeners enjoyed it as well.
Nice.
Well, I'm sure they will. And I do want to say to everybody that's listening, Will's blog is the Peace Report. I'll put a link to that in the description where you can follow Will in his activities and his writings. And that's very important. And also,
I'm looking for the Peace Report. I don't see it.
Supported by
it's like he forgot it.
From people who appreciate the content that he's producing. And he is on Patreon. And what are you on Patreon? How can people find you there?
Yeah, it's just patreon.com/The Peace Report.
The Peace Report. Okay, great. Well, thanks a lot. Be well. Keep your sanity. Keep your enthusiasm and your drive as we move towards what I think is going to be a very climactic and hopefully not violent result of the November 3rd election. So be well, my friend. We'll talk to you soon.
All power to the people.
All power to the people.
All power to the people. All power to the people. Well, that was interesting. Didn't we watch something from the Marxist project the other night, and then like halfway through it, I was like, "Is this?" Did we watch something maybe like 2 weeks ago from this? And I was like, No, this is the good one. Yeah, Lenin in 5 minutes, Revolutionary 5. Yeah, we watched a few of these. All power to the individual. Yeah, right. Oh dear. Oh dear. The fundamentals of dialectics. Maybe that's the one. Maybe that's one of the ones that we watched. I like these little ones. These little 4-minute. Lenin in 5 minutes. Revolutionary tactics. Lenin in 5 minutes. Imperialism. Dictatorship of the proletariat. Introduction. Falling rate of profit. Why is the world on fire? Why is the world on fire? Here, I feel like this. This was not on the radar. Hold on a second. All power to the individual. All right, so I wasn't planning on doing this, but it was a link, and I liked the title. And this was just last year, just late last year. So things were falling apart before COVID hit. Before COVID hit the United States, the writing's been on the wall for a long time. So the world's been on fire, so to speak. So this only has 302 likes and 2 dislikes. We'll give it a shot. This is from the Marxist Project. 11,000 subscribers. They have a Patreon. Blah, 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 sources, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember much. Even if I looked into who these folks really are. But yeah, let's give this a shot. Why not? Late stage capitalism, baby. That's what world is on fire. Bingo. And here's the thing. Yeah, the world is not on fire because the economy is about to crash. The economy is about to crash. And the world is on fire. They're one and the same. But it's because it's literally the way capitalism works. And we're in the late stage of it. And it's in its death spiral. Thus, fascism is rising. I mean,
In recent months, all around the world, we have been witnessing unprecedented uprisings. Crowds of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people marching in protest of intolerable political and economic systems. In many cases, the responses of state forces have been brutal and uncompromising. When we see a phenomenon repeat itself in such a large-scale manner, we must start asking questions. What has caused this mobilization, and why now? What can we learn from these movements, and what should we expect to see in the world in the coming years? This video will attempt to compare and analyze several major movements in order to answer those questions. For our purposes, we will be looking at Chile, Haiti, Ecuador, Argentina, Iraq, and Lebanon. Each of these countries has been paralyzed by massive waves of resistance in the last 2 months. To begin with, we will look at a brief summary of the nature and context of each country's protests. Once we get a solid overview of each country, we will consider a comparative analysis.
So, Kung Fu. No, I don't think it's possible to have a system that is static. Not like literally nothing in the whole entire universe is ever static. There's always opposing forces struggling it out to quantitatively change until you have a qualitative change. So, no, there's nothing that's static. When we're talking about socialism, building socialism, and capitalism falling apart, capitalism in decay, and all of that, that's the goal. Isn't to, calm or tame capitalism and then make it static and steady. I mean, that's not the goal. It's not how any of that works. So it's really about. Anyway, let's watch this. But yeah, no, not static.
Chile's is yet another story of the promised prosperity for all being a blatant lie. Despite the success of the Chilean economy, most of the people in the country have not seen an improvement in the standard of living. On the contrary, economic hardship has become a fact of life for too many people, all while the wealthy benefit from the current system. Chile is often seen as a poster child of capitalist development, after far-right dictator Pinochet attempted to eradicate all traces of leftist resistance and implement free market policies. Bringing in CIA-backed economists, Chile transformed itself into the ideal neoliberal playground. The austerity measures put in place during the economic restructuring in the late 20th century gave free rein to the market, constricting the role of the government to the smallest possible size. Such policies did exactly what they were designed to do: create wealth, but not distribute it. The Chilean protests began as a student-organized response to government-proposed increases in transportation fares. The government announcement was met with a fare evasion campaign, in which students jumped over turnstiles to avoid paying transportation fees.
We have one of those in New York City.
Interestingly enough, in the proposed policy, the students...
Anyway, we have that in New York.
Students were to remain largely unaffected, meaning that the action was a message from the Chilean youth that they were ready to defend other segments of the population. Indeed, Chile students have a long history of initiating social and political movements in response to unpopular government plans. Police repression of the earlier protests only fueled the movement forward, which in turn triggered the deployment of the military. What started out as a resistance to increased transportation fees grew into a full-fledged condemnation of the entire economic system in Chile. On the 24th of October, a general strike was called in spite of the government's proposed reforms. The strike included students, copper workers, teachers, healthcare workers, and others. The following day, on the 25th of October, over 1 million people marched in protest of austerity, inequality, and the Piñera administration, completely freezing the capital city in Chile. The size of this demonstration was unlike anything seen in decades, not since the people took to the streets in defiance of the Pinochet regime. The tone of Chile's leader has shifted drastically from denigrating the student-led evasion actions to...
I'm sorry, I'm trying to have a serious time listening to a serious thing, and you're sitting there in the chat room saying there are no revolutions that are bottom up. There's always something behind it. Really? Seriously? You think revolutions don't come from the bottom up? That you're daft. Daft is the word. Daft. I'm sorry. That's just.
Acknowledging the country's problems and promising change. In response to the strength of the protest,
Paris Commune. Not from the bottom up. Russian Revolution. Not from the bottom up. Oh, try this one. Chinese Revolution. Not a bottom up thing. Are you anyway, you're just wrong. It's super bad take. Super bad take. You're going to have a hard time understanding the world going forward if you keep that in your head and don't let that shit go and learn about what's coming down the road and why the revolutions happened before and why they're going to happen again. And I promise you, my friend, and promise you, they're from the bottom up.
On the 25th of October, President Piñera has fired his whole cabinet. Much like in Chile, the situation in Haiti represents a certain tipping point that seems to have escalated opposition beyond the precedent of the past several years. Haiti has been dealing with crippling infrastructural problems, massive unemployment, rampant poverty, power outages, corruption, and a painful brain drain. Haiti has been at the heart of many powerful movements in history, including a slave rebellion that initiated the end of slavery in the New World.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Mr. Kung Fu, the revolution in Haiti was bottom up, considering it was literally a slave revolt and a successful revolution of enslaved people who rose up and killed their French oppressors. Bottom up. I mean, like, you can't even, you shouldn't even be allowed, like, if just think about that for a moment without, okay, no vitriol tonight, right? But just think about that. Literally, enslaved people got tired of this shit, rose up and cut the throats of their owners, their oppressors. And so don't how innocent. Well, you know, don't even entertain the idea that revolutions aren't bottom up. It's nonsensical. And that literally the last I'm going to hear of it. And if I hear of any more of it, you might as well just move on to another stream, because I don't want to be distracted by that kind of nonsense. You want to hang out, you want to learn, you want to talk about stuff. That's one thing, but please, enough with the. Just come on.
Unfortunately, the bravery of the Haitian people has not saved them from a horrible string of occupation, exploitation, and dictatorship. Colonized initially by the French, Haiti was also subject to later occupation by the US military, and of course the exploitation of its economy by US banks and businesses. After the formal removal of foreign influence from the country, the Haitians suffered at the hands of numerous dictators, many of whom received support from the US. In more recent history, the end of the Petro-Caribe deal from Venezuela created a dire situation for the Haitian economy. The Petro-Caribe project was started by Venezuela to provide cheap fuel to neighboring countries. The extra revenue from this deal was supposed to go towards a fund that helped develop the infrastructure and the economy of the country. However, much of the money that was supposed to be coming in from this development package, which came out to a whopping $2 billion, has disappeared. Most observers believe that the money was consumed entirely by the corrupt political elite. The end of the Petro-Caribe program has also meant massive fuel shortages which have been crippling the country. To make matters worse, the Moise government proposed a cut to government fuel subsidies, which was expected to raise the price of fuel astronomically. This cut was part of the austerity conditions laid out by the IMF, which offered a low-interest loan in exchange for the new policies. The government has been paying market prices for fuel from US oil companies instead of receiving the discounted price from Venezuela. Fuel shortages have meant that schools and hospitals cannot remain operational, and personal residences cannot stay powered for long periods of time. With unemployment at a shocking 70% and inflation at 20%, recent government proposals to cut fuel subsidies were met with violent outrage. Having practically nothing to lose, the Haitian people flooded the streets and are now demanding an end to the current regime, as well as to austerity measures which have been crippling the country for decades. Ecuador's movement began on October 3rd when the government announced the end of gasoline subsidies. The protests quickly escalated into a broad rejection of austerity politics and the neoliberal government. As is the case in our previous examples, poverty rates have been going up in Ecuador in recent years. The fuel subsidy cut would have been a devastating final blow for many struggling people. The attack on public services and social protections has sparked fury among groups who struggle in the current economic environment. In an absolutely tone-deaf move, President Moreno's administration proposed a massive cut to public projects and employment, as well as moves to privatize key sectors of the economy.
Jesus.
The Moreno administration was aware in advance that it would probably need violence to implement further austerity policies in the country.
Yep.
The result was a bloody repression of the activists. This, of course, did not stop the movement from marching on the government. The protesters, mostly driven by organized indigenous groups, oppose austerity measures, IMF economic demands, and subsequent increases in the price of basic goods. Many Marxist groups have also taken part in the protests, given their historical ties to indigenous populations and unions. The crowds are joined by feminist organizations, who are fighting for abortion rights and share similar sentiments with the indigenous people about economic reforms. The government has sought to negotiate with groups in succession as a strategy designed to fragment the movement into distinct demographics. By all accounts, the Moreno administration has backed down on its original proposals, which sparked the protests. It remains to be seen if the government will attempt to reintroduce austerity policies, as it struggles to meet the requirements of the IMF so that it can secure a multi-billion-dollar loan. If the pattern isn't already becoming evident, the case of Argentina will spell it out for us once again. Argentina has seen a recent history of unemployment and food insecurity, followed by proposals to cut crucial public spending and expand privatization efforts. Like Ecuador, Argentina hopes to secure IMF funds by taking the so-called bitter medicine of fiscal austerity. The IMF has asked the government in Buenos Aires to make much-needed cuts in spending, and in return the country will receive money from the international organization. Anger towards the regime has been accumulating since it came to power in the last election in 2015. Many of the government's policies have been a direct attack on the poorest segments of the population.
Yep.
A climbing debt-to-GDP ratio, massive inflation, and dangerous unemployment forced the Argentine population onto the streets. A massive strike took place on the 25th of September in 2018, which was aimed at the austerity politics being enforced by Macri's government, thanks to the consultation of the IMF. A year later, the demonstrators were on the streets again, for the very same reason.
And I want to just pause it right there.
Halfway across the world, Iraq is feeling the impact of
I'm going to pause it right there, because sometimes you will hear activists and leftists and various voices say that, well, just getting in the street doesn't do anything. I think we heard it tonight. Just getting in the street once doesn't do it. It's not about once. It's once, and then it's once again later, then it's once again later, then it's twice again later, then it's 5 times. Like these are all just single actions, but they all are leading somewhere. People that show up to an action, you show up to an action today with the politics that you have, I promise you, the more you show up and the more you talk to people and the more you get to know the movement and the struggle and the more you participate, and the more you understand, your politics sharpen, everything sharpens. And that's how people get radicalized. So I don't ever want to condone or stamp, rubber stamp the idea or let the idea slide, the wrong idea that protests don't matter or demonstrations don't matter. I think it's important to do outreach at the demonstrations. It's important to have your line. It's important to have to make the contacts. It's important to do a lot of things. But poo-pooing demonstrations is one of those, I don't know, it's one of those pet peeves of mine. I don't dig it when people do that. But that's kind of where I'm at.
Protests and bloody repression. The protests started after Lieutenant General al-Sadi, deemed a national hero by many for his integral role in the liberation of Mosul from ISIL, was demoted. This move was seen as a characteristically corrupt decision made by an elite that is absolutely out of touch with the sentiments of the people. Your eyes. Iraq's oil riches have not translated into infrastructural development or even basic needs for the people. Torn apart by civil conflict, occupation, and wars, Iraq is in desperate need of economic justice. Iraqis associate their political elite with either the US or Iranian camps, neither of which have the interests of the people in mind. Iraqis have barely seen the oil money that the country has been raking in. That money mostly finds its way into the pockets of either the domestic elite or their international partners. Many people blame the very constitution of the country for the political incompetence of the current government. The US coalition set in place a sectarian political system that has not been able to accomplish anything during its rule. The state of Iraq's economy and infrastructure has been deteriorating, and the only thing that the government has been able to secure is profits for the elite. The demographics of the protests reflect a fundamental change from previous movements. The struggle today is a spontaneous one, coming from angry young working-class people who find themselves in an entirely hopeless situation. The protesters started out demanding jobs, water, electricity, and safety. For many, the demands have transformed into a complete overhaul of the political system, so that the many economic problems plaguing the country can be dealt with decisively. The Iraqi protests have been especially tragic, with the government response leading to almost 200 deaths. Iranian-backed militias have been opening fire on the crowds, and many observers have been claiming that snipers were posted around the protest areas. Our last case, Lebanon, carries many of the same themes we've been seeing.
And this is before the big explosion.
A corrupt and detached elite, failing infrastructure, water and power shortages, austerity, unemployment, and poverty. The Lebanese ruling classes, seemingly uninterested in the suffering of the masses, proposed new taxes that were directly harmful to the poorest segments of the population. Much like Iraq, Lebanon never truly recovered from the military conflict that tore through its borders years ago. Though the civil war ended in 1990, the physical and economic damage it left on the population and infrastructure has never been fixed. While the rich got richer, they moved forward with more cuts and more price hikes that drove the rest of Lebanon deeper into economic disrepair. The result has been massive demonstrations unlike anything Lebanon has ever seen. Millions have protested the unbearable conditions. For many observers, the solidarity across regional and religious lines is something completely new to the Lebanese opposition. Unlike previous movements, this uprising did not start in the nexus of legitimate civil society. Instead, the protests have been driven by a disenfranchised, disillusioned, and militant lower class.
It came from below?
They have since been joined by many others who have felt the impact of economic and political oppression. The demands are nothing short of regime change. The protesters want a completely new system, one that is based on popular power. The ruling classes have backed down on some tax proposals, but the overall plan forward involves a great deal of austerity and privatization. By now, we are beginning to see some common trends, and some terms are becoming increasingly familiar. Though they are feeling it in various degrees, each of these countries are experiencing extreme economic hardship. In simple terms, people are not able to make ends meet. What's more, the proportion of the population that is finding itself in this position is growing. To qualify this first observation, we can add that while a small group of people in these countries is living the good life, most people are not. This is especially frustrating since many of these countries promised their people a decent standard of living, which they were ostensibly going to fund through exploiting the resources that in principle belong to everyone in the country. A third commonality can be found in the merciless austerity being pushed on the shoulders of the masses by the ruling parties. Austerity politics is used to balance the budget, or bring the country back into proper fiscal order. Generally, this
and when he says proper fiscal order, more profits for the uber wealthy, and less money for the people.
Involves cuts in spending, and oftentimes deregulation of big industries. Strangely enough, the austerity politics practiced by many governments of the world, and prescribed by the IMF, rarely targets the excesses of the upper echelons of society.
That is a great graphic right there. The stormtroopers with the scissors, cutting up the family, cutting up the people, the elderly, the children, the mothers, the fathers, the worker there, right? The union workers, the disabled. Wow, that's a really good graphic. I like that. I'm gonna have to find that and download that one.
When the economy or market is in trouble, the burden is shifted on the working peoples. In combination with the aforementioned issues, this can become a really unpopular tactic. Given these rather obvious problems, which are apparent to most casual observers, why is it that the powers that be continue to pressure their constituents? When we zoom out and connect the dots, the policies of these countries seem like a recipe for disaster. The problem rests in the fact that this tension is a pure manifestation of our system's biggest and most irreconcilable contradiction.
What's that?
The first aspect of this contradiction, the ruling classes or the bourgeoisie, has interests that are absolutely incompatible with the second aspect, the masses. It is entirely possible to find moments in which the contradictory interests of these two poles find a point of solidification, where a balance is struck and the relationship enters a period of relative stability. But at the end of the day, the process by which capital accumulates creates inequality. Mitigating this inequality requires sacrifice on the part of the capitalist coalitions.
I'm going to pause it because I want to look at this really close. Money circulating, produce commodity, production, commodity, money, okay.
Sacrifice in the form of profits being limited or redirected towards social funds needed to maintain some semblance of economic justice. This sacrifice comes only when the capitalist class is both willing and able to make it. In the case of the countries we are discussing today, neither condition has been met. The corrupt political and economic elite is neither willing nor able to make concessions to the people.
Am I the only one that's starting to be bothered by the fact that he keeps talking about the corrupt elite? Is this another one of those Trotskyists? I don't know. It's 20 minutes to say what? Why the world is on fire. I don't know.
Having become dependent on the sale of one or two commodities for profits, the capitalists dug themselves into a hole when the price of those commodities inevitably fluctuated downward. The loss of profit became so great that further revenue needed to be pried out of the working people just to keep the economy afloat.
Austerity.
Now, old subsidies and projects need to be cut to keep the private sector competitive, which is a difficult task for many of these countries when their capital meets the capital of much larger and more developed countries on the global market. On the other end of the dialectical relationship, the masses are feeling the pain of economic downturn.
Yep.
They are hit even harder when the few measures put in place to prevent spiraling poverty are removed, in a move they are told is necessary evil.
Yep.
For a while, the people might bear this burden, but eventually it becomes physically and mentally impossible to live in deteriorating conditions, and the only solution becomes force. For the bourgeois elements, this happens to be through the state and through powerful institutions.
Yep.
For the people, though, the only viable instrument of force is their numbers. And so the dialectical relationship becomes antagonistic once more. Certainly it could end once again in a temporary settlement, an entrenchment normally still very much in the favor of the ruling classes, but livable for the people. The conflict between these two contradictory elements will happen infinitely as long as these two elements exist. It could happen in war-torn Iraq or relatively developed and prosperous Chile. The protests of the past month demonstrate that this relationship will always be at odds. The protests also demonstrate that change may happen incrementally at first, in the form of small quantitative changes. A new fiscal cut here, a reduction in subsidies there, all the while the opposition grows and lashes out periodically. Finally, at a certain point, the antagonism gives birth to a qualitative change. It remains to be seen if such a change will occur in any of the places we spoke of today.
Yeah, I was going to say, Willie Chino or Will Griffin talks about the 1905 revolution in Russia, right? And then there was one in February of 1917, and then October as well. Like, nothing goes in a straight line, but general direction, yeah.
Most likely it will not. Only the complete dissolution of this contradiction and its two aspects could be considered a qualitative change in the nature of the societies in question. In other words, only by rendering the two contradictory camps obsolete can you once and for all remove the tension we are seeing today. As a final thought, we should be clear that the contradiction between the capitalist class and the masses is not the only one at work in these events. Within it are the other contradictions that contribute and realign themselves in various ways. Urban versus rural, foreign versus domestic, small business versus working class, nationalist versus internationalist, and so on.
Yep.
These relationships vary in their weight and relative importance to the big picture. In almost all cases, it takes a complex overlap of many of these dialectical structures to produce the kind of rupture we are witnessing today. Undoubtedly, foreign versus domestic interests have played a big role in all the countries on our list, perhaps most of all in Iraq, though in very much a similar way in Lebanon. but it would seem that the principal contradiction is undeniably the one between the capitalist class and the masses.
Yeah.
It has created unprecedented unity among groups that did not always exist, and it has clearly dictated the severity with which some of the demonstrations have played out. By the time this video comes out, new developments may call for an updated analysis.
Yeah.
The resistance we are seeing now has yet to play out to completion. This is not the first, and it certainly will not be the last such wave. Thank you for watching this video. Don't forget to leave your thoughts in the comments section below.
Yeah,
and until next time,
interesting.
remember, the philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it.
The point is to change it. The point is to change it. The point is to change it. The Marxist Project, or Why the World is on Fire. I'd like to do the meme version of that. It was good. I liked it. It was just it was a little long. 20 minutes, 28 minutes to. I'm sure we'll watch. I guess that's why I like those little 5-minute ones. I'm like, yeah, show me the 5-minute thing. Show me the 7-minute thing. Man, my nose. I apologize. I keep doing that, but I'm just. Did we watch this already?
I'm been very.
Oh God, we did. Sorry, do not want to see that again. Oh, Communist China exposed. Part 2. I think we saw part 2 already, but I think there might be. I think there might be a part 3. Hold on. Let's go to his. Numememez, whatever. This person has been cruising around China. YouTube suppressed my Hong Kong video. That was 11 months ago. He's got something new. A week ago? Yeah, remember? Depressing beautiful train ride. Yeah, I guess I have not seen this. Cool. Let's watch this. I haven't seen this, and I don't. Ooh, that's loud. I don't feel like working hard tonight. I feel like just hanging out, watching some videos, making noise with my nose. But we watched a couple of these when this guy went to nightclubs, and he's like going through and hanging out with the Uyghurs, looking for concentration camps, couldn't find them. Gee, I wonder why. So yeah, let's check another one. Communist China exposed, part 2. This is gonna be great.
So as you can see here in China,
oh, it's horrible. Look,
their malls have a lot of floors. Why do you need so many floors, China? Like, what are you trying to hide?
Concentration mall.
Am I the only one not finding that super weird and creepy?
Concentration
Look
malls.
at this, guys.
Cat buttholes.
Assholes. What's up with that, China? Oh my goodness.
What's up with the animal rights?
Balls?
Communism.
What the fuck?
Weird. Are these supposed to be cat balls or something?
Look how evil communism is.
What kind of place is this?
It's evil.
Oh my God!
Look at these they're all brainwashed. They're all brainwashed. 1.2 million of them. Don't they know about freedom?
China.
Oh my God.
What's this? A cat scratching a girl's face?
Oh. Violent China.
Those are the kind of values that you promote, China? Jeez.
Cat butt shop, right?
What else do we got here?
This guy's funny. I like him.
What is this? A cat teaching people stuff? What are you teaching, cat? What does that say? Communism, maybe, right? And what's this?
Karl Marx was right.
Oh my God, what is that? Look at that. The sun, communism going into a person.
Power.
And then these weird things going into the person's mouth.
I'm gonna turn you into
poop. He
poop.
doesn't even have eyes.
Because eyes harvested by the CCP.
This is so weird. Look at this one. Am I right?
Eyes harvested by the
What's up with that? They're not
CCP.
even
It's
wearing
the
clothes.
CPC, but that's okay.
Put some clothes on your animal, China. Communism? What's this supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean, guys? Oh my god. I wish Serpent ZA was here right now, because I'm sure Laowa86 and Serpent ZA would have some good comments about this. Am I right, guys? Those guys are China experts. Boom! Look at that! Communism!
Boom! Look at that! Communism! Oh no! Ah! Run away!
Oh, I'm like falling in the communism cat nightmare. Ah!
Oh, I should have been high for
Guys,
this.
look at these people pretending to buy jewelry.
Put
How
your mask
weird
up.
is that?
Put your fucking mask up.
How weird is this place? How are they making?
It's a
and they're
ghost
making
mall.
jewelry here?
I love this music.
What is this
Production
place?
value.
This is just weird, guys. Like,
I hope they have a Spencer's. I want a Hot Topic and a Spencer's.
what, people are making things? It's so poor. Yeah, 就是你自己做吗？哦，OK， sorry， 不好意思。Communism。Hello， 我造一个宝课。啊，这是什么？商场。山水。哦。哦 ，OK， 我中文不好，我是加拿大的。这个是。哦，自己做。是你们做还是我们？这也可以 ，OK。这个是放在身上的香水。哦 ，OK，perfume， 对。那有男。
You get to make your own perfume?
有吗 ？Whoa, they have men's cologne here. Let's see this one. Okay, I will try. 哪一个是最好
Hey, John.
最好吗？最好吗
John Doe? John Doe.
很多，这个 OK。So,
The real John
let's try
Doe.
this.
Welcome. We're learning about communism. And they're in this hellscape, hanging out with the Han and they're hanging out with the Uyghurs and in a concentration mall. And they have cat butts and you get to make your own poison. I think they're making poison there they're making brainwashing poison. And it's so scary, this communism thing in China, in Red China. Anyway, I've seen a couple of this guy's videos. He's pretty fun. So we're checking it out.
Okay. Yeah, that smells like sex. That's pretty good. 多少钱？是一瓶。
Hey, Lectern. How are you? Welcome.
300多。Whoa, this one smells like a Christmas.
Mr. Judo, thank you for joining. Didn't see you slide in.
You bought one? Yeah. Okay. Which one did you buy? Okay.
You missed the cat butt, Mr. Judo.
Why do you buy this?
It's like not so strong. I like the perfume. It's not really like.
Do people wear perfume in China?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear
Most
any.
girls.
I have an alarm for a raid, but I didn't hear it.
I think it's more.
They smell bad. They smell bad. Communism.
Communism. I love the way he says that.
Chinese perfumes. Come over here. Check out Scent Chant Fragrance. Scent Chant? Chanting? You know what that means.
Hey. Propaganda. I love that music.
So I'm walking around this super weird
Communism.
communist area right now.
Look, it's almost red. It's pink.
Wait, what is this? Look, there's like people sitting. What is that?
That's communism.
Sitting there. It doesn't even look like they bought anything.
China fled refugees.
How do you just sit at a table and not buy something? What is that? Only in China. And what is this? What is this?
I don't know, what is this?
Fake people on a screen? Why would anyone want that? And the baby's looking too.
It looks like the virtual Burning Man this year.
That's weird.
With the VR glasses and everything. It was a thing.
Weird. Getting babies to look at fake people on screens, that's brainwashing. That's pure communist brainwashing
Evil.
right there.
It's evil.
To get her to get used to fake. What is that? Are those boobies? Like, what is this thing pulsating? Are those like weird electronical boobies? That's weird. And what are these? What are these? What are these? What's that?
What's that?
That's the devil's work is what that is.
It's the devil's work, folks. China evil.
What's going on over here? I see a girl who looks pretty, but probably not really pretty. OK， 我做博客，你要 YouTube 吗？
I love how like when people are shy or they don't want to be, they say I do not feel comfortable on your. They're very. It's such a polite situation compared to what we're seeing here in these United Snakes of America.
What's this stuff, guys?
Fucking Karen Central over here. Yeah, like. Just because you hear something is blocked in China, that doesn't mean people are stupid and they don't know how to use the internet, don't know how to get around. I mean, they have their own legal, straightforward avenues, but they can access the darknet and a VPN just like anybody else. I mean, like this is not like the idea that somehow the government is going to keep people from accessing. I mean, if they want to, if they know how. I mean, my dad can't find a way to watch a movie that's in the movie theaters at home on his laptop, but a lot of people could. I'm sure there's a lot of Chinese people who can figure out how to navigate the wonderful world of IP. Third floor appliances, fourth floor concentration camps, fifth floor cat butts. Exactly. No, we're not taking your picture. We're shy.
Sorry.
I'm uniquely handsome and I have a Canadian passport, but they were probably scared of the CCP.
Communism. So I just walked into this Korean restaurant.
Oh no!
In China, they have Korean restaurants. See how they're fake? It's
fake,
weird, right?
It's fake.
And I just scanned this code here, and then what happens is your menu pops up
Oh,
on
nice.
your phone.
That's cool.
Isn't that weird? Like, they can't even afford a menu.
They can't afford menus, so you
Has to be
scan
on the
it.
phone.
That's actually a really dope idea. Clearly, I live in the greatest country in the world. I've never seen it. I mean, maybe it's somewhere here in the United States, but I haven't seen it. And I live in New York City.
So I already ordered pork on rice, and I'm gonna there's my WeChat name, Jonathan NM, and now I'm gonna pay for it. And it's just
Pay for it with WeChat. Boom.
Double checking all my information now.
Not
I'm gonna
Citibank.
use
Not Citibank. Not Chase Manhattan. Not PayPal. Right? Not Wells Fargo. Not American Express. WeChat. WeChat. 1.2 billion Chinese, folks. WeChat. Citibank doesn't get a cut.
Chat to pay. And this is really weird, guys. Watch this. I'm just gonna use my thumb to verify. Isn't that weird and creepy? Using your thumb to pay for things? That's like biometric stuff, like from 1984. Communism! At this Korean restaurant, they even give
Communism!
They even give you Korean things.
Hey, David. How are you? Welcome.
Are you enjoying your Korean food? Yeah. Where are you guys from? Slovakia? Lithuania? Cool. I'm doing a blog for YouTube. Are you guys okay? Are you okay to be in it? Cool. Do you guys come here a lot?
Fake foreigners.
No? First time? If you want to, only if you want to.
Smoking a cigarette.
You'll be the thumbnail. It's like models in China, and then you're not in the video at all. Yeah, looking fucked.
Look how different the place is from our advanced society here in the United States. Look how.
Oh, sorry, that's not a good laugh.
That's a communist laugh.
Yours is better. Yours is better. She laughs like a witch. Yeah, she is now. She is one laughing like a witch.
Communism.
Communism. Oh my God! I just want to do that over and over. Communism. Oh my God, that was fun. All right, that's enough. So yeah, let me put the link in there just in case for folks who wanted to see what it was. So yeah, I've seen a couple of his videos. I don't know, maybe a month ago, people were talking about the Uyghurs and all. I was like, Jesus Christ, come on! Like, how can you believe any of this stuff is true? So I was looking around and I found this guy's channel, and I got a kick out of a couple of the ones. He's gotten better. The production value on that was head and shoulders above what he had done. Oh, here's the part 1. Should we watch the part 1? It's only 8 minutes. Let's watch the part 1. I decided to ride a bike at night. My friend from Hong Kong and Taiwan warned me of organ harvesters. Watch out for the organ harvesters. Watch out for the organ harvesters. All right, we're gonna watch part 1 because why not? I really wish I could get high. My parole officer wouldn't like it. All museums in China are free. All museums in China are free. Let's see. Oh, maybe 10%, 20% of the museums in New York are free. And on certain days at certain hours, some of the other ones that you have to pay, 10, 20 bucks to go in, 15 bucks to go in, whatever. They'll have a pay sliding scale or pay what you will on certain times, certain hours, certain days. So we're paying to go to a museum in New York City to look at stuff that was stolen from outside our borders over centuries of plunder. I'm not a big museum fan anymore. I used to be. I would go to the ones in China that were free. I would go to those. I think it'd be great. You know, these streets look very comparable to a street in Manhattan. I don't hear nearly the noise. Oh, that's right. They have electric buses. And people aren't honking like crazy, and there's decent traffic flow. Oh, there's a honk. Yeah, David, there are no primary sources because it doesn't exist. The Uyghur concentration camps. Exactly. Yay! It's the park. Look, they're all being forced to dance. They're being forced to dance so the tourists can take pictures of them. The settlers would never steal anything, right? Jesus. Clearly a propaganda channel. All paid crisis actors here. All paid actors here. It's that sound system is like if this was propaganda, they'd have a good sound system. That sound system's overmodulating. That sounds like shit. I'm liking the dance though. It's horrifying to see what people do when they're not arguing over scandals and fake news. Horrifying. Mr. Judo. Oh, this sounds like some house music, some progressive house. Horrible EDM. But commie zombies. This is like Chinese line dancing, right? Is this the equivalent of cowboy line dancing? Cat balls. Fried cat balls, everyone. Fried cat balls. Oh my God, an old lady carrying a bag. Paid actor. This is like China Bingo. This is great. China Bingo. We should all have our cards. They rented thousands of cars just to put on appearances, yes. Oh, he's got a socialized bicycle. Say it ain't so. Watch out for your organs. Watch out for your organs. Oh no. Oh, look at the lights. Nice. They have LED lights on the trees. Oh, they're not LED. They're just... Society with animal morality? Animal morality? I don't even know that term. Fake cars, fake. I mean, look how beautiful this is. Bar streets. A bar street. You mean like with alcohol? People driving carefully because dictatorship. I love this guy. Oh, that is nice. This is like way better than Vegas.
Hello, new friends.
Yeah. What movie? Okay.
We're here for a good time, not a long time.
You guys are all Peace Corps?
Hell yeah, that's us.
Where you guys from?
New York.
Ah!
Okay. Minnesota.
Minnesota.
She doesn't know where she's from.
Are you guys gonna party? Hit it? You gonna hit it hard? Yeah? Okay.
Oh, nice. Oh, they have a foreigner club. What happened to the volume? Did I do that? I didn't do that, did I? Hey, hang on. Oh, I think his volume went out.
Are you guys gonna party? Hit it? You gonna hit it hard? Yeah? Okay.
All right. Oh, you know what? I know what happened. This is on YouTube. and he's got some music that's probably got a copyright strike, so they muted it. Maybe. That would make sense if they're playing some sort of a known song, so that the thing's been muted. Whoa! I may have liked it better quiet. It's a drunk robot. Music, restaurant, and bar. Music, restaurant, and bar. My journey through communist. Is that's CeeLo? Is she singing CeeLo? I thought she was singing "Forget You" or "Fuck You" by CeeLo Green, or is it just CeeLo? I don't know. It's been a while. Do soda. Fuck you. Well, welcome to the stream. Such a weird. Oh man. Oh. I think I'm gonna get a beer if I have one. I haven't left the house in 2 days. I haven't left the house in 2 days. I don't know what that says about me. I can leave the house. It's not like I'm not allowed. I should leave the house. But I don't know, ever since I got set up in the corner with the lights and the thing and the thing and the thing and the, I don't know, I just want to stay inside. I want to stay inside and talk to y'all and play video games and talk about communism. Man, oh my gosh. Depression? Well, yeah. There might be a little depression going around. I don't know what to do about this. Come on now. What am I doing here? No, I don't want that. I want this. I want this. And then I want my library, the things that I saved. All right, what are we gonna look at here? What are we gonna look at here? Is there a new I am not seeing Tucker Carlson, and I want to see Act.tv because I want to see if James has something new. But I don't even want like a Tucker Carlson, or I don't want any nonsense. I don't want any noise. I mean, James doesn't do any noise, but 8 hours ago. All right, so he got one from 8 hours ago. All right, we're going to watch that. I have to pee as well. But I highly recommend. I mean, if you're regular here, you know I like to watch, and I recommend stuff from James of the internet.
Mellow greetings, everybody. My
Mellow
name is
greetings.
James. I am from the internet, and we are going to talk about stuff. Specific.
So he's going to talk about stuff. I'm going to miss the first 30 seconds of it, 45 seconds of it, because I'm going to go pee. But enjoy the stuff, and I'll be back with you in a second. Yeah, you know what? Moderate Rebels. I have them on my list. That's Max Blumenthal, Gray Zone, right? Moderate Rebels, or maybe it's Ben Norton. But there's a new one that I wanted to look at that I have not seen yet. So maybe, I don't know if you've already, Mr. Judo, if you've already seen the latest Gray Zone or Moderate Rebels or Red Lines with Anya. If you've already seen those, I don't want to, go over them again. But those are the kind of things I want to look at.
What's going on down in Louisville,
as you know.
And an update on the fleshing out of the Breonna Taylor case. I caught a news story this morning that the city of Louisville was shutting down entire portions of their downtown with police barricades.
Yep.
They're cutting off businesses, sidewalks,
putting up
streets,
wooden
the whole 9 yards. In anticipation,
yeah, I saw a
an
slideshow
announcement
of this.
as to
It's
whether or
amazing.
not the,
I'm sure
the
James is all
officers
over it. I gotta
involved
pee.
In Breonna Taylor's killing are going to be going to trial or not, if there are going to be any charges brought up against them. Recently, the state agreed to pay Breonna Taylor's family a settlement of $12 million. So let's take a look at what's going on in Louisville and what to expect in the coming days. This is Louisville Police Department sent this notification out to people, letting them know that due to increased attention and activity in anticipation of an announcement from Attorney General Daniel Cameron regarding the Breonna Taylor case, a decision was made to, quote, accelerate plans to physically restrict access to the downtown area. While we don't know when the Attorney General will make his announcement, we're taking the following actions to ensure the area is safe as possible for those coming downtown to express their First Amendment rights. So they are placing vehicle barricades around the park and the perimeter of downtown. They're also restricting vehicular traffic in surrounding roads and limiting parking in the area. So that's what's coming up in the city of Louisville. They are apparently expecting a decision to be announced sometime soon, or they wouldn't be closing downtown. So real quick, let's get everybody up to speed. 6 Louisville Metro police officers are under investigation by the department's Professional Standards Unit for their roles in the fatal shooting of Breonna Taylor. That unit, which investigates whether officers broke department policies, has initiated its probe into the case. LMPD did not say which potential policy violations it's investigating. The investigation could lead to disciplinary action against the officers, ranging from a written reprimand to termination. Right? They could get a stern talking to and a finger wagging. Ooh. The review is separate from the investigation conducted by the PD's Public Integrity Unit, which forwarded its findings to the Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron to determine whether criminal charges should be filed against any of the officers. Cameron hasn't said when the decision will be made. The officers under investigation include Detective Miles Cosgrove and Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly. All the officers under internal investigation, except Jane's, were at Taylor's apartment when the search warrant was initiated around 12:40. I thought they keep talking about how they initiated the warrant or when proceedings began. I've yet to hear the words, when they went into the apartment, broke down the door without announcing their names, and fired full clips into the walls and down the hallway. So apparently Taylor's ex-boyfriend, who lived at another address, was seen, quote, picking up a package at her home and then driving to a known drug house. And he had previously listed his address as her address. And officers saw her car around the corner, and that was what they used to apparently pull the warrant to get the no-knock raid to go in with guns blazing. Police suspected Taylor was receiving drugs and drug money on Glover's behalf, but no drugs or cash were found at her apartment, and attorneys for her family have questioned the reliability of the information. Apparently, it couldn't have been that good because they paid her family $12 million. Now, this is where I point out that $12 million does not come from the police's pocket. The $12 million does not come from the annual police budget. The $12 million does not come from the police pension or retirement fund. The $12 million solely gets paid by the city, aka through money generated and collected through taxes. Now, if you remember, a little while back, we were talking about the shooting in Kenosha, Jacob Blake, who got shot in the back going into his car by a cop
Hey,
named
Mr. Gito, thanks for coming.
Chesky.
Good to see you in the chat
We were able to find
tonight.
his social media information before it got wiped. And if you remember on his page, we found a whole bunch of very interesting police memes that he loved to collect, including a whole archive of stuff of, the thin blue line with Spartan helmets and, claims to specific sections of the Bible, with the thin blue line flag in the background, talking about how, the police are the servants and the agents of God, and how they've been placed on this earth to smite evildoers with the sword of Damocles. And that is very much like a mentality that happens. Now, why do I bring all this up? Well, because apparently Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly, who we just read about, sent an email to about 1,000 officers at 2 a.m. last night with sort of like a personal letter and him sharing his feelings with the rest of his police family. So I thought we would take a look at it. Just, again, much like the Rustenshesky, we're Roman gladiators and we're servants of God and we smite evil, to see how that mentality continuously permeates police departments and the police culture nowadays. LMPD family, I'm not here to give you a rah-rah, you got this speech. I'm not here to tell you that you signed up to help the community and to keep your head up. I'm here to tell you I'm sorry you have to go through this. I'm sorry your families have to go through this. I'm sorry the mayor, Amy Hess, and Chief Conrad failed us all in epic proportions for their own gain and to cover their asses. You do not deserve to be in this position. The position that allows thugs to get in your face and yell, curse, and degrade you, throw bricks, bottles, and urine on you, and expect you to do nothing. It goes against everything we were all taught in the academy. So I think it's worth discussing the martyrdom in the opening sentence. Oh, I know you didn't sign up for this trouble. Oh, people have bad days at work, you know, and it just means that somebody gets shot. But, oh, the city, you know, the politicians don't have our back because hundreds of thousands of residents in Louisville and the surrounding area came pouring down into the city and demanded some form of justice, an investigation, a firing, God forbid, maybe a trial. If I shoot somebody, there's going to be a trial. The police shoot somebody, there's a backroom deal with the family and they just sign away your money.
I was going to say, you know, like I said, tonight's stream is like 83% less vitriol from me. But that doesn't mean James isn't going to go off.
And give it away. You know. But anything short of just doing that, you know, God forbid you actually, I don't know, listen to the concerns of the local constituency. Or maybe listen to people who say that they don't feel safe because the police have become such a closely knit gang that there's constant fear. And people are asking for changes in policing. Now, meanwhile, one of the cops who shot and killed Breonna Taylor is now sending out an email to all the other police telling them how bad he feels for them and their families. He doesn't feel bad for Breonna Taylor's family. He doesn't feel bad for, you know, the people he shot or the people he killed. He feels bad for the family of cops who are going to have to spend the next few days reading horrible things about the actions of police. As opposed to the family of somebody who was murdered. No apologies.
Can't
for
make
them,
this
right?
up.
No feeling bad for them. I just wanted to check, but let's get back to the letter. You do not deserve to be in this position, the position that allows thugs to get in your face and yell and degrade you. That's right. People at protests are thugs. You know why they're thugs and you call them thugs? Because it helps to dehumanize them and think about them all as one giant mass. You know, the exact thing that police hate. You know, when there's a police shooting and people say, oh, I can't believe the cop shot somebody. The cops don't care. And the police go, hey, that cop's just a bad apple. Never minding that they forget that the old saying is that one bad apple spoils the whole bunch. But people just go, bad apple, bad apple. Chance. So when a cop shoots somebody or goes rogue, he's a bad apple, and the problem isn't policing. But when people come out and protest, they're all thugs. Okay, noted. Good logic. Let's keep going. They throw bricks and bottles and urine on you and expect you to do nothing. It goes against everything we were all taught in the academy. This is the position that if you make a mistake during one of the most stressful times in your career, the department and the FBI, who aren't cops and would piss their pants if they had to hold the line, go after you for civil rights violations. Your civil.
I don't know if I can take this. I was gonna have a chill stream. Does any I love James, but is this? Are we liking this? Let me know in chat, or can we just move on?
Rights mean nothing, but the criminal has total autonomy. Who's the criminal in the Breonna Taylor case? Breonna Taylor is dead, and she committed no crime. So what autonomy does what criminal have? She wasn't a criminal. She's a corpse because you shot her while she was laying in her bed. But you want people to feel bad for you.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
You know why you get to write a letter? Like playing the part of the martyr? because you didn't get killed like Breonna Taylor did. You're still alive to sit around and complain about how tough you have it, getting paid $90,000 a year from taxpayers while you sit on desk duty, and the city writes out $12 million checks to make the fucking murder that you committed go away. Yet you're going to sit home at 1 o'clock in the morning and send emails out to cops bemoaning how horrible it is to be a cop? Dude, you know why you get to write that email? Because you're still alive. We all signed up to be police officers. We knew the risks and were willing to take them, but we always assumed the city had your back. We wanted to do the right thing in the midst of an evil world to protect those who could not protect themselves by barging down their door at 2 o'clock in the morning unannounced and firing 43 rounds into their bedroom. Woo! Yeah.
Fucking pigs.
We as police do not care if you are black, white, Hispanic, Asian, what you identify as this week.
They had me on, we the police do not care. That I buy.
Oh, look. Oh, he's taking a jab at the silly beta cuck lib turds, whatever you identify as this week. Oh, it's great.
So funny.
You know when you can scream Blue Lives Matter and then you can take your badge off and you're no longer blue? Yeah, black people can't do that, asshole. We aren't better than anybody.
Bring on the vitriol.
We just deride and insult and talk down to people who aren't heteronormative male white dudes with guns. But of course, yeah. This is not us against a society, but it's good versus evil.
Oh, Jesus
We are
Christ.
sons, daughters, husbands, wives, partners, brothers, sisters.
And the police are good and we're evil. I mean, how that Jesus Christ.
Sisters, dads, and moms. We are human beings with flaws, feelings, and emotions. Yeah, can we rewind a second? It's good versus evil? Dude, you are a public servant. So I don't know where you get off with the good versus evil thing, unless you're doing that whole thing where me and all my friends, we're good and everybody else is evil. It's us against the world. You know what that is? That's called a gang.
The blue gang.
Now, I'm just rambling, but I want you to know that
Oh, God, is this... No, I'm not doing it. This is like, I get it. I'm sorry. I'm just... Like, how long is this fucking thing?
And that he feels really bad for all the cops who are going to body armor. And do what you need to do. Go home.
Jesus Christ.
You're given the ability to kidnap and imprison people. Rounds of ammunition into a wall. Put that aside for a while. Keep your focus and do your job.
All right, he's almost done. He's almost done.
Don't put up
and
with
then we
their
get the
shit
wrap up
and go
by
home
James.
to those lovely families and relationships. Yeah, you know who can't go home to their family and relationship? Breonna Taylor. You know why? Because you killed her. I wish I was there with you leading the charge because I love shooting protesters in the head with less than lethal munitions. It's my second favorite thing to do when I'm not executing people who are asleep in their bed.
Right.
I'll be praying for your safety. Remember, you're just a pawn in the mayor's political game.
Yes, it's all about the mayor.
I'm sorry, who gets paid more, the chief of police or the mayor? I'm sorry, who gets to have more weapons? The chief of police or the mayor? Let's stop making it sound like the mayor is like the guy from the Snorks and he owns the whole city. Or he's the mayor from Little House on the Prairie and he also owns the general store. Or let's stop making it sound like he's fucking, I don't know, Michael Bloomberg and he has $12 billion. Like the mayor of Louisville? Really?
$120,000 maybe?
I'm proof they don't care about you and your family. You know, because they gave me full Blue Cross Blue Shield, completely paid for 100% of my medical bills, then put me on restricted duty while I was on medical leave because I caught a bullet in my leg, and I've been getting paid my full salary every single week while the investigation goes on. And I get paid for sitting at a desk all day now instead of having to be out in the street. Yeah, let me tell you, the mayor is horrible. Stay safe and do the right thing. You are loved and supported by most of the community. Now go be the warriors you are, but please be safe. None of these peaceful protesters are worth your career or freedom. Godspeed, boys and girls. This is what I'm talking about.
Wow.
There's this mentality amongst police that they are all warriors. They're an elite unit of Spartans that have each other's back.
Yeah.
And it's them against the universe. You know,
It's amazing.
every single year, more and more of the police department becomes people with military training who get out of the military and then they go into a police academy. And these are people who have been trained for years to go downtown or walk down the street, and they don't see people, they see potential insurgents.
And just like murder people, kill people for money and fun and sport.
We have a problem with policing in this country. Something has to change, and it has to change quickly, because this is only going to get worse.
Yeah. So I love James, but I just was not in the mood for that fucking letter. That letter was too much for me. So I hope I didn't upset you by fast forwarding it a little bit. I think we all understood and got the deal. So let's go back to our Chinese our Canadian Chinese man. Namuve, the one who brought us to the Chinese mall with the cat butts. That guy? He has something to say about TikTok. I think this might be a different format that he's got. This says podcast number 4. Anyway, so
hey everyone,
check
I
it
want
out.
to make a quick video in response to the U.S. actions on trying to ban TikTok, WeChat, and possibly a lot of other apps in the future. If you've been following the news or reading the news, you'll see that the U.S. government, they've just gone all out. And this is really a next step in the new Cold War.
Oh, is this audio only?
The U.S. just wants to shut
Sorry.
out
Excuse me.
all Chinese competition. It doesn't want to let any apps into the markets because, as we can see with TikTok, Chinese apps are highly competitive.
No, they're better.
Contrary to what
They're
the Western
literally
media likes to
better.
say, contrary to popular
Better
opinion,
is the word you're looking
the
for.
Western media always says Chinese movies, Chinese entertainment, Chinese apps are just not appealing because of censorship, because of the state control. China just doesn't have innovation. It doesn't have good ideas. But what we're seeing in reality is that these apps are blowing up and actually dominating the world.
Yeah, because they're better.
TikTok is the #1 most downloaded app in the entire world. There's no app doing better than TikTok. And I believe, because I've been living in China for 5 years, I totally understand why. You might be sitting there thinking, why the heck is a Chinese app doing so well? If you're living in America or Canada or Australia or wherever, you might not really understand. You might be thinking, well, this is weird. Like, how did this Chinese app do it? How did it dominate? Well, the fact is, Chinese culture based on Confucian philosophy, based on these 1,000-year-old philosophies like Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, the Chinese government and Chinese apps, they really do try to make things that are healthy. I know that's kind of a weird word to use. When we think of healthy, we think of wellness and exercise and yoga, but when you live in China, the word healthy just means doing things that are not going to lead to addiction or violence, division. Chinese apps, Chinese information, Chinese media always try to create things that promote peace, promote understanding, promote respect, promote intelligence and scientific thinking. So when you use an app like TikTok, I'm not saying everything in TikTok is scientific and fun, but what I'm saying is the app does try to promote things that are peaceful, things that are fun, things that are more family oriented. So I can totally see why families would want to download TikTok, because it's a very safe app. You know, like you can download it and you won't be afraid when your kid uses it, because at least in China, they do censor all the stuff that's too sexual, too violent. All that stuff gets censored away. As you know, Chinese laws are quite strict when it comes to media information, and they don't allow over-sexualized content. They don't allow overly violent content, and they don't allow content that is going to create division among society. You know, things are going to point out one group in the country or blame one group, or those things are not allowed. Those kinds of sensitive issues where you're basically sowing division, sowing hatred is just not allowed to be broadcast. If you have divisional ideas, if you hate the government, if you have negative feelings or thoughts, that's fine for you, right? As an individual, that's fine. But in China, it's not so good to be propagating those ideas. If you think all black people are bad, or if you think all white people are bad, you don't get to put that on a platform and let that idea spread to millions of people. That's just not going to fly in China, because you can't manage a country of 1.4 billion people if everyone's hating each other, if everyone's pointing their finger at another person and creating hate. It also doesn't jive with Chinese culture. As you know, if you have Chinese friends, you know Chinese people are extremely peaceful. Extremely peaceful. Chinese culture is probably one of the most non-confrontational cultures in the world. Think about it. Think about the time you've gone to a Chinese restaurant, or you have a Chinese friend and you disagreed with them, or you were hostile towards a Chinese person. What do they do? What does a Chinese person do when faced with hostility or aggression? They usually just walk away, right? They usually just turn their back, walk away. They don't participate. This has been thousands of years in the making. There's no way you can hold together a country the size of China. Besides Russia and the USA, it's the largest country. Sorry, Canada as well. Let's look at those countries. Russia, Canada, and USA, their populations are not even a fourth of China's. Canada's population, Russia's population is like not even a tenth, right? It's nothing compared to the population of China. So geographically and by population, China is absolutely massive. It's incomparable to Western countries. And over the millennia, there's no way an empire that size could survive if everyone just hated the fuck out of each other, right? You have to build a culture on peace if you're going to hold together such a large empire. You got the Cantonese people in the south, Tibetans in the west, Uyghurs in the northwest. You got Hui people in the northwest. You have Beijing, northern Chinese, there's a lot of Manchurians, there's Koreans there. In the east, you have the Minnan people. They speak another language. In Sichuan, they speak Sichuan language. In Wuhan, they speak Wuhan. All of those people are very different. They speak different languages. They speak different dialects. They have different ideas and sometimes different religious beliefs. Cantonese people are very different from Beijing people. Shanghai people are very different from Chengdu people. They have different ways of thinking about life. That's why I love Chengdu, because Chengdu is way more relaxed, way more about enjoying life, whereas Shanghai is all about that money and very competitive. I could be wrong, but that's my feeling. Okay, now getting back to the new Cold War. If ByteDance agrees to sell its company for tons of money, I mean, ByteDance is going to be one of the richest companies in the world. So it's a great deal for ByteDance. If WeChat sells its holdings, it's going to also make a lot of money. But this needs to be said. If those sales happen, if WeChat gets sold over to an American company, if TikTok gets sold to an American company, this is such a loss in the propaganda wars between the US and China. Right now, there is a massive information propaganda war being launched onto China. China hasn't really done much back because that's the way Chinese culture is. Chinese culture is not vengeful, and it doesn't really want to hit back when it's hit, because that's just how you create war, right? When someone hits you and you hit back, it's a never-ending cycle of violence. And even though a Christian motto is turn your cheek, if someone slaps you on the left cheek, you turn your right cheek so they can slap you again. That never happens. Okay, in the West, that never happens. If you slap American on the left side of the cheek, it will nuke your right cheek. It will drop bombs all over your entire country. And very ironically, that's what Chinese usually do. You slap them on the left, and they just walk away. Because they know that it never ends. That's why Chinese people are so peaceful. So let me finally get to my point, after just blabbing for 7 minutes here. If ByteDance sells TikTok to America, if Tencent sells WeChat to an American company, this is a massive loss in the propaganda wars, because then America doesn't need to ban those apps. If America banned TikTok, banned WeChat, then the US no longer has any moral high ground over China. Because right now, America always likes to say, we don't ban anything. We're so free. America's the freest country in the world. We allow everything to come in. Although that's not true. America bans lots of things. America already banned Huawei. You can't buy a Huawei phone. Yeah. Huawei phones are not connected to all the big American telecom companies like Huawei. AT&T and all that. Samsung from Korea, they have a huge special cooperation with American telecom companies. Huawei has none of that. You cannot get a Huawei phone, from what I understand. So America does ban things, right? But if it does full out ban TikTok, the most popular app in the US, the American people will know for a fact that America is no better at all than communist China. Even though every day America says they're better. They always say we are more moral, we are more trustworthy, we are more open, we are more transparent. All of those things are not true. From what I've seen, from what I've read, I try to read a lot of books these days. America, in all of those categories, are actually worse than China. If you know about Edward Snowden, Julian Assange, America is collecting massive amounts of data from the entire world and storing it forever in huge data centers in Utah, okay, in the desert. So America actually doesn't have any moral foot to stand on, but it pretends. So it always says, China, you banned Google, you banned YouTube, you banned Facebook. That's true. And that's because those companies didn't follow Chinese law.
Exactly.
During the Urumqi terrorist attacks on innocent people, both Uyghurs and Han people died, both Kazakhs and Hui and Tajik people, everyone living in the Xinjiang province, innocent people were killed because of separatism or jihad, religious extremism. During that time, Facebook and Google were not willing to ban radical information from being propagated. So China had every right to block those companies. And
Bingo.
It's a good thing they did, because now there's almost no terrorism happening in Xinjiang or even in Greater China. So thank God. So back to the point, if America actually banned TikTok and WeChat, then the American people would explicitly know their country's no better. And it's never been better, but it would explicitly know that. There would be no illusions. Just be out there. Okay, America is as bad or even worse than communist China. And then people, especially young kids, because young kids love TikTok, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, they'll have to face the fact that their country banned an app that they loved. And that is a huge propaganda loss for the US. Of course, they would spread lies. I have no doubt that the Western media would double down on their hypocrisy and bullshit, and they will say, oh, we had to ban it, and China's evil, and then all these young kids are going to be indoctrinated. Their minds are going to be filled with all these lies that they had to ban TikTok, they had to ban WeChat. That indoctrination is happening at 10 years old, 12 years old. That's really, really disgusting, but that's what's been happening in the West since colonization, really. The masses have been indoctrinated to hate the local peoples, kill the local peoples, to take their land. My opinion here is that if I was the Chinese government, I would ban the sale of WeChat. I know that's very authoritarian, it's very dictatorial, but that's what I would do in this new Cold War. The people living in the USA are not going to be happy with those bans. And then the USA would have to grapple with the fact that all the illusion that it's morally superior to China is false. It would be out in the open. Also, America's been doing this already. America's already been controlling all of its companies. Every time Donald Trump signs an executive order telling US companies to not trade with Huawei, to not trade with ZTE, to not do this, to not do that, America has been extremely dictatorial, extremely authoritarian. So ironically, China has not. China has not been controlling its companies. ByteDance is free to do what it wants. Tencent is free to do what it wants, and usually they do things in the benefit of the shareholders. So public companies always consider profit first. So they don't care about the new Cold War. They don't care about who's winning the propaganda war, the information war. They're going to only do what's best for their company. But in this situation, it's so important that those apps just get banned, because that will show the truth of this new Cold War. That will show who's really the big dictator of the world. If WeChat and TikTok get sold over, then the USA can just pretend that they're still free. Just keep going along and say, oh yeah, look at us. We never banned anything. They did. They did want to ban WeChat. They did want to ban TikTok, but they forced those companies to be sold over. They pirated those companies. All right. Pirated. I hope you enjoyed this podcast. Thank you for supporting me with your donations. And don't forget to click the little bell. If you want to make sure you get all my videos, click the bell beside the subscribe button. And peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace and love, everybody. So yeah, I've never checked out his podcast, but I like his YouTube well enough, so there's the link for the podcast. Yeah, well, Mad Joe Kung Fu. Yeah, China takes a much longer vision, a longer term view. They're not solely focused on the quarterly returns, because socialism with Chinese characteristics, not capitalism. So yeah, I mean, that's it. I heard part of this today, but I fell asleep. I had this on in the background, and I have to pay close attention. It's always better with headphones for me to listen to Luna. That's why they can win from democracy. They are democratic. We are not. I hope you understand that, right? I hope we're not saying that we're democratic and they're not. But anyway, so yeah, let's check out Luna Oi. I'm really not into much convo tonight, as you can see. Mostly, I'm just mellow. But I dig Luna's channel. You know, somebody had told me that EJ from Non-Compete was an anarchist. She described him as a communist. Maybe he has changed. Maybe he's an anarcho-communist. I don't know. Or maybe he has moved over from anarchism into Marxist-Lenin Maoism, something, or Marxist-Leninist. I don't think she's a Marxist-Leninist Maoist. I think she's a Marxist-Leninist. I think there's enough. I've heard her enough with the issues that she and the Vietnamese government and people have with China over their history. Anyway, I don't want to get into that, but so. Anyway, so I was glad to hear that maybe EJ is a communist and not an a. It's actually not. Kung Fu, you've been incredibly wrong on so many things tonight, but thanks for playing. I mean, whatever. I mean, it is a thing. just like I don't know. Did you come over from the Liberty Radio crew? Is that like where did you come from? Like what's your background? I'm curious. Like where did you learn all this stuff that's not true? You've been hanging out with, I don't know, like I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird to me.
Welcome back to the Eye. This is the third video in my series on dialectical materialism. So if you want to start from the beginning, check for the link to part 1 in the description. Otherwise, let's get started. To summarize what we've learned up to now, dialectical materialism is a system for understanding our world based on...
None of us fit in a box. And look, I should be kinder. A lot of us are walking around with a lot of information that we picked up somewhere and we don't even know where. And it's incorrect. A lot of us are doing that. But the fact that this is a stream by a Marxist Leninist, by a communist, it's like literally my stream. And when I hear these kind of weird things that you say, I'm just like, really? Why are you here? Are you here to argue or to try to pick a fight? Because clearly, look at me. Do I look like I want to fight? No. Do I look like I want to argue? No. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to like be a little snarky now and then. I like a little snark. No vitriol tonight. No vitriol. Just occasional snark. Let's listen to Luna. Let's listen to Luna and see if we can learn something all together or not. Maybe you know all this stuff about dialectical materialism, historical materialism. Maybe you know this stuff. Maybe you could teach a class on it. Maybe you do that and it helps you guide. It helps guide you through all of your analysis of how the world works and how things are and how things might be. And maybe you're already onto that and you don't need this. I don't know. But
on material reality. Dialectical materialism is based on material reality. We look at material evidence to make decisions and to analyze everything around us. Dialectical materialism asks us to have a comprehensive view of reality, looking at all available evidence from all available sources, as well as historical view, looking at how things have changed and developed over time to understand how they exist today. We also reveal the 12 dialectical categories, which form 6 dialectical pairs. And now in this video, we will finally finish learning the basics of dialectical materialism by learning the 3 basic rules of materialist dialectics. These rules are quality and quantity, contradiction, and finally, negation of negation. And just in case some of you might be confused, sometimes I use the term dialectical materialism, and sometimes I say materialist dialectics. These terms have slightly different meanings. Dialectical materialism is the name of the ideology,
millennial
and the
16,
way we apply
is it?
this ideology into real
Welcome.
life is called materialist dialectics. That's it, very simple. I know that's a lot of terminology, but don't worry, it's a little difficult at first, but you almost finished learning, and after this, you will really be able to start using this stuff in your life. So let's break down these last few words so you can understand and get to work. So first, let's talk about the rule of quality and quantity. My partner EJ made a video about this basic rule, and I really recommend you to watch it if you want a deep dive into quality and quantity.
That's the guy I was just talking about. Non-compete. EJ.
But for now, let me explain the basics. Rule number 1, quality and quantity. A quantity is a thing that exists, or a number of things that exist together. When enough of these quantities come together, they take on a quality. For example, if you have 1 grain of sand, you wouldn't call it a pile of sand. If you have 2 or 3 grains of sand, you wouldn't call that a pile of sand either. You have to have a lot more grains of sand before the grains come together and form a pile. In this example, each grain of sand is a quantity, and when you have enough quantity of grains of sand, they take on the quality of being a pile of sand. Quality and quantity have a strong relationship between each other and cannot be separated. Certain conditions must be met before quantities achieve the status of a quality. According to Engels, when all the simple quantity changes come to a certain point, there will be changes in quality.
Bingo.
So in other words, quantities are the elements that make a quality. And when we add, subtract, or change enough quantities, then the old quality will stop existing and a new quality will form. Think of a human being growing. If you have 1 cell in mother's womb, we just call it a cell. We can add more cells, but we wouldn't call those cells a baby until a certain number of cells come together in a certain way.
This is well
They
done.
are all human cells. So, in dialectical materialist terms, they are the same quantities. but they do not have the quality of being a baby until there are enough of them, and the quality of being a baby is achieved. If I draw a blood sample from your arm, all of the blood in that sample will be the same kind of quantities as the cells in your body. But the blood sample quantity of cells will not have the quality of being a human, even though the quantity of cells in your body do have the quality of being a human. Still confused, right?
Not really. I just want to say also over at workers.org, under the Marxism tab, there's all sorts of classes and things, materials that people can study on their own or with other people, or basically they're classes that candidates take during their candidacy to become cadre of the workers' world. This is really good. I wonder if we should. Anyway, yeah. So these are, I think we're using more written text, but I wonder if we should have some video too. Interesting.
Okay, let's try one more example. If you go to the wilderness and build a house, your house will be a quantity of a
I
house.
use this one. I'll use this one. I'll use the tree and the seed. Right. This is a good one.
The quality of being isolated in the wilderness. If a few more people come and build a few houses near yours, the area will eventually stop having the quality of the wilderness and will start to have the quality of a village or a small town.
Right.
If more and more people come and build more houses and buildings, eventually the area will have the quality of being a city. The quality of your individual house will still be exactly the same. It will not have changed at all.
Correct.
But because a large amount of house quantities have collected together in one location, the quality of the area changes from the wilderness to village to town to city. Starting to get the idea? Quality is generally pretty stable. Meanwhile, quantity can change a lot. In your human body, billions of cells die and grow every day. The quantity of cells changes rapidly. But the quality of your human body only changes twice, when you are born and when you die.
Yep.
In a city, houses are destroyed and built every month, but the quality of the city changes but more slowly. Now, to make things more complicated, it's not just...
See, I don't think it's complicated. I think she's making things clearer and clearer. I think she's done a great job.
It's the amount of quantities that can change the quality of something. Other changes can also change the quality such as speed, temperature, or many other attributes. For example, the temperature of water can change its quality. When the temperature of water becomes
Classic
high
example
enough,
right here.
100 degrees Celsius, the molecules inside the water will move faster and faster, and then the water will turn into steam. Steam now is the new quality of water. Even idea changes can change qualities. For example, Israel used to be an asshole capitalist.
She just said her partner used to be an asshole capitalist. Oh my God, this is going to be great. She's going to use the political education of EJ to explain dialectical materialism. This is going to be good.
Because his ideas and beliefs all made him believe that capitalism was good. Idea changes can change qualities. For example, Israel used to be an asshole capitalist because his ideas and beliefs all made him believe that capitalism was good. But over time, those ideas changed. Maybe he changed his mind about some things and slowly hated one or two things about capitalism at a time.
Yeah.
But eventually, enough of his ideas changed and he became a communist. In other words,
nice.
Enough quantities in Israel's mind changed, and his ideology quality changed from loving capitalism to being a communist.
Nice.
So the rule of quantity and...
I swear to God, I'm going to use that if I ever get back to the Solidarity Center and I teach a class in what is dialectical materialism, and I need to because use the same examples all the time, but everybody can relate to this. Like, oh, I used to be pro-capitalist, and then I was a conservative, and then I went through a libertarian phase, and then I became a liberal, and and now I was a democratic socialist. It was Bernie Sanders, Bernie or bust, and then I was like, well, fuck, man. Now I'm a Marxist-Leninist.
Quality is this.
I love it.
When
I love
enough
it.
quantities change, the quality will change. The rule of quantity and quality is one of the most basic rules about the development of everything in this matter world. But remember, not every change in quantity will bring a change in quality.
Correct.
Quality only changes when quantity gets into a certain point. Just like water can only be boiled into steam when it gets to 100 degrees Celsius. Understanding this helps us avoid being impatient and try to change quality before having enough quantity.
And this is such like when we're talking about, if you're oh my God, this is just applies to so much. And I just, when I'm talking to somebody sometimes and if they don't know about this, I should just be quiet. We should just listen. But this is, I think this is like really fundamental. If you're going to be a leftist, if you're going to be a leftist and call yourself a leftist, okay, if you're going to be a socialist or a communist, I think this is required to understand really clearly.
Vietnam, we made a mistake about quantity and quality. In the 1970s, right after we had just won the war with the USA, we were in too much of a hurry to build a perfect communist society despite our actual material conditions. We did not have stable agriculture. We did not have a strong economy. Our people did not have enough education.
Yep.
Because of the decades of war and centuries
Yep.
of imperialism we suffer from
Yep.
China, France, Japan, and the USA. In other words, we did not have enough quantity of material needs for our people to build a perfect communist society. But we still wanted to force our society to become a communist utopia, and trying to build a perfect communist society when we still had terrible material scarcity caused many problems, which I talk about in my video, Is Vietnam Socialist? So you see, we try to force the quality of our society from being an imperialized colony to being a perfect communist state when we didn't have the proper quantities of material needs, education, and other attributes. So remember,
Nice.
quality can only be changed by changing quantity. You cannot cause a change that breaks these material laws of reality. If you have a bunch of water and you want ice cubes, you cannot just force the water to become ice cubes through willpower alone. You have to change the quantity of temperature enough
Smash the
that
ice
the water
cubes.
freezes and becomes ice. Just like you cannot just wish your society into communism. You have to have the
You can't-
material conditions
you can't-
met
you can't
to build
wish
a
it?
communist society. You have to have the right social and physical quantities before you can try to build a stateless and classless society. However, the opposite is also true. We have to avoid being too scared to push for change when we do have enough quantity. For example, in the USA now, I believe that it is time to have a revolution because the situations over there are really terrible and we've had enough people willing to fight for major changes, as we have seen with the Black Lives Matter protests, where millions of people are risking their life for change. But there are still many people who are so scared that they won't dare to push for the changes that need to be made. Or even worse, they try to stop other people from fighting for those changes.
Unbelievable.
If we don't take this opportunity, I don't know when there will be a second chance. Being too in a hurry to change when we haven't prepared for it well is obviously not good. But being too scared and hesitant to push for change, even though requirements are met, is also very bad. We, the leftists, have to judge each situation with a clear mind to decide what we're gonna do next to make sure we will have a successful revolution.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. Any serious left organization, well, they all are. I know they are all assessing this period because the ruling class is assessing it. They're assessing the mood of the country. They're assessing the numbers of people that are showing up. They're assessing the number of hits, likes, loves. They're assessing all of the data, and that data should be scaring the shit out of them because people are fed up. Now, they wouldn't be snatching people off the streets. They wouldn't be arresting organizers like in Denver recently. They wouldn't be doing that if they didn't think there was some level of threat. So, Luna is exactly right. You don't want to act too early. You don't want to act too late. Having a good good assessment of where we're at in the evolution. The evolution of the revolution, where we are in the evolution of the improvement, shall we say, of the consciousness, class consciousness. All of that's very important. So this is I'm glad Luna's talking about this.
And this is all about calculating quantity and quality, and changing quantities in order to change qualities. If you don't think society is ready to change, ask yourself why. Which quantities are missing? Is the problem that you don't have enough comrades willing to fight for radical change? If so, then the job is to recruit and educate people to turn them into comrades. Then when you have enough quantity of comrades, you can change the quality of society. Or if you think the problem is you don't have enough quantity of material needs like food and other resources to sustain the revolution, then you have to collect those resources until the material conditions are finally met to change the quality. And that's why it's important for you to understand the first rule of dialectical materialism: quality and quantity. Okay, the next rule that we are going to talk about is the rule of contradiction.
Yeah, I want to pause it. Just that first 10 minutes should be a standalone video. That first 10 minutes, that could be its own standalone video. I really like this. I'm really hoping the next two are just as good. I think it will be. I think I don't know that I've ever heard anything on a Luna Oi program that made me go, huh? And I've never seen EJ. I've never seen non-compete. I've never seen EJ on a microphone doing a stream. So I've never seen that. But Luna's been great. I feel a little weird, like, oh, I'm a streamer, but I'm watching another streamer. Luna is a content creator. This is scripted. This is thought out. There's a lot of work has gone into this. I'm just some fucking guy who's watching this stuff and inviting you into my living room to hang out and be polite. No bootlicking in here. No bootlicking. No bootlicking.
And quantity. Okay, the next rule that we are going to talk about is the rule of contradiction. Contradiction are the forces and aspects within something that oppose each other. According to Lenin, we can define briefly that dialectics is the theory about consistency of the opposing aspects. It is the core of dialectics, but it still requires more explanations and development. So in other words, Lenin pointed out that contradictions are complicated, and understanding them is key to understanding the world dialectically. In order to understand,
I think just shit posting in random chats, that's the key. That's the key to changing the world into the way that you want it. Just go into chat rooms and say stupid shit. That's the key.
And something to really understand it comprehensively and historically, you have got to understand the contradictions within. That's because the contradictions within a thing are the origin of its motion and development. Things evolve and change and are created and destroyed through contradictions. As a simple example, think of two people playing a game. They both want to win, but only player can be the winner. The other must be the loser. So the game that's being played is built on this contradiction. Without this contradiction, there will be no game. Contradictions always eventually end, and when the contradiction ends, we call that negation. In the case of a game, negation will usually end with one player winning and another losing, but not always. Maybe the game will end early with no winner or loser.
Maybe there'll be a negation of the negation.
Since the contradiction stops being a contradiction and the opposing forces no longer oppose each other. Within our world where things are always changing all the time, contradiction and negation are very important, and it is the motivation of everything's development. For example, when I was 8 years old, I wanted to be a flight attendant. To make my dream come true, I needed to be really good at English. But at the time, I didn't even know what hello meant. My dream of being a flight attendant was contradicted by my ignorance about English. To solve that contradiction, my mom decided to send me to a new school where I could study English at an early age. Since then, I've been trying really hard to learn English, and now I'm speaking English with you.
Yay!
My English skill when I was 8 contradicted my dream, and it was the motivation for me to study English harder. It caused fundamental changes in who I am and changed my life considerably. By the way, let me tell you the rest of the story. When I was about 19, I found out that you have to be at least 5'3" to become a flight attendant.
Oh dear.
I am a little bit less than 5'2". That was another contradiction. But this contradiction couldn't be negated in my favor, so I was forced to give up on that dream and focused on a different one. And here I am today,
nice.
a YouTuber.
Yeah. I'm glad she's too short to be a flight attendant. I'm glad she's a YouTuber. Very, very happy. The world is a better place because Luna Oi is making content for YouTube. Absolutely a better place. Chef's kiss, red fist salute, Luna.
Again, contradictions and negations push my life forward from where I was and who I was to where I am and who I am. So you can see that there are always contradictions in everything and all our lives. No matter how they are negated, they are always the motivation of our development. Even right now, I'm facing a contradiction. As I have said in many of my videos, I just want to make fun videos like cooking videos or traveling vlogs, but the world is becoming a really scary place and I feel like I need to do something about it. That is why I'm making videos like this, where I talk about boring theory and receive shitty comments from reactionaries every day.
Sad
but I believe that it's
trombone.
my responsibility to raise my voice to help other leftists in the world. Those shitty comments from terrible people will never stop me from what I'm doing because I know that I'm doing the right thing. This
Nice. Shitty comments from other people, from reactionaries, will never stop me from doing what I'm doing because I know I'm doing the right thing. Because she's studied the way. She's a dialectical materialist. She's put in the work. You too can put in the work.
Contradiction makes me a stronger person. And I know that together we can overcome and negate those shitty reactionaries in the comments and in that big scary world to build a better world.
Build a worker's world.
Recognizing the
Build a
roles of
worker's world.
contradictions in every situation and condition is very important in real life. It can help us see the real problems, then find the right solutions to solve them. And remember, we have to negate the contradictions to move forward, not compromise. This is a mistake that is very, very easy to make. In my earlier example about the game, you can quit at any time, or you can end the game, but you can only win by making the right decisions in the game that bring you to the final negation where you win and they lose. This is the job of a revolutionary, to look at all the contradictions in the world and figure out which need to be negated to reach the outcome of a successful revolution.
Can I just say, like, I'm going back earlier to earlier in the stream when Willie Chino was talking about, you know, having a plan for the revolution and la. And I didn't really care for the words that he chose, the way he laid it out. It was very off the cuff and it wasn't scripted. But he knows. I've talked to him before, and I know he knows. But the way she's laying it out, I think is a better way to explain things. It'd be interesting to have that guy who interviewed Willie interview Luna. Hell, I'd interview Luna.
Of course you can just quit. You can walk away and stop playing, but then the contradictions and
Didn't Willie say that too?
negations go beyond your
Hold on, I want to back this up. I want to back this up.
That bring you to the final negation where you win and they lose. This is the job of a revolutionary, to look at all the contradictions in the world and figure out which need to be negated to reach the outcome of a successful revolution. Of course you can just quit. You can walk away and stop playing, but then the contradictions and negations go beyond your control and you will have no effect on who wins and who loses.
Exactly. And you'll be at the whims. And you know, maybe you're a fascist and maybe fascism wins and that's okay until they fuck you over.
Can have terrible results for other people, which is why we must fight and do what we can to negate the contradictions so that we win. Okay, now we understand the rule of contradiction. So let's move to the last one. Negation of negation.
Yay,
so
the
as we
negation
said
of the
earlier,
negation of the
a
negation of the
negation is
negation.
the outcome of a contradiction.
I'll be right back.
In Marxism, negation means the replacement of an old thing by a new thing in the course of its own development. We also have to understand that this negation is itself the result of some previous negation, which was the result of some previous negation, and so on, going back to the beginning of time. In other words, nothing just comes from nothing, at least not in the world we inhabit today. There's no such thing as totally brand new contradiction that came from absolutely nowhere. Every new contradiction is the result of the negation of some previous contradiction. Everything in this world must go through a process of being born, existing, developing, and then perishing. A new thing will always take place with the old one. As we know, energy and matter can never be created or destroyed. It is always being reformed, reshaped, recycled into something new. Within dialectical materialism, that replacement is called negation. Negation is essential for the development of everything. For example, farmers used to do everything through human muscle, until horses negated a lot of that human muscle labor. Then later, tractors negated the use of horses. These negations were the results of struggles between opposing forces. When tractors were first invented, not many farmers used them. They were complicated, they broke down a lot, they were expensive, and farmers couldn't breed two tractors together to make baby tractors. But as tractors improved and became more reliable and more normal, farmers started to use them more and more, until now, where most farmers don't use horses at all for farming. But sometimes dialectical negation occurs within a single thing. For example, when I put a seed in wet soil, it would turn into a sapling, then a tree.
This is one we use
the tree is now the
quite
dialectical
often.
negation of that seed. The tree is in a higher development compared to the seed. When a chicken hatches from an egg, the chicken is the dialectical negation of the egg, and it has a higher form of existence. Because of that complexity, the process of dialectical negation is not a straight line. It actually looks like a spiral. As you can see from this picture, new species evolved based on old species. And it keeps happening and happening until this day, where humans exist, and it will continue developing into the future. Assuming we don't negate all lives into extinction.
Oh my God, really?
We have to
nice.
The problem that
Jesus. Sorry, I totally hit the wrong thing, and now I've lost where we were. But the fact that she brought up climate change and extinction, or she brought up extinction, could be annihilation from war, or climate. Anyway, I got to find out where we were. I hit the wrong button.
That is why I'm making videos like this, where I talk about boring theory and receive shitty comments from reactionary time. Or you can end the game, but you can do what we can to negate the contradictions so that we
let it go from here.
Okay, now we understand the rule of contradiction. So let's move to the last one. Negation of negation. So as we said earlier,
that's when I left the room.
Negation is the outcome of a contradiction. In Marxism, negation means the replacement of an old thing by a new thing in the course of its own development. We also have to understand that this negation is itself the result of some previous negation, which was the result of some previous negation, and so on, going back to the beginning of time. In other words, nothing just comes from nothing, at least not in the world we inhabit today. There's no such thing as totally brand new contradiction that came from absolutely nowhere. Every new contradiction is the result of the negation of some previous contradiction. Everything in this world must go through a process of being born, existing, developing, and then perishing. A new thing will always take place with the old one. As we know, energy and matter can never be created or destroyed. It is always being reformed, reshaped, recycled into something new. Within dialectical materialism, that replacement is called negation. Negation is essential for the development of everything. For example, farmers used to do everything through human muscle, until horses negated a lot of that human muscle labor. Then later, tractors negated the use of horses. These negations were the results of struggles between opposing forces. When tractors were first invented, not many farmers used them. They were complicated, they broke down a lot, they were expensive, and farmers couldn't breed two tractors together to make baby tractors.
Imagine having a school system that taught dialectical materialism, historical materialism, the difference between the philosophies of idealism and materialism. Imagine like having that in your, like knowing all of this stuff, and then how much easier it would be for you and your whole society to understand the world that you exist in. I see way too many USers, people in the United States, who don't understand the world anymore. They thought they understood it when they were growing up. It changed on them. They don't understand it now. They're angry. They want it to be the way it used to be. Or they don't understand that change is inevitable. They don't like this kind of education, kind of important for a society. It's really no wonder that China is doing so well and Vietnam is doing well, and you know, and that the capitalist societies are crumbling. It's not a surprise.
But as tractors improved and became more reliable and more normal, farmers started to use them more and more, until now, where most farmers don't use horses at all for farming. But sometimes dialectical negation occurs within a single thing. For example, when I put a seed in wet soil, it would turn into a sapling, then a tree. The tree is now the dialectical negation of that seed. The tree is in a higher development compared to the seed. When a chicken hatches from an egg, the chicken is the dialectical negation of the egg, and it has a higher form of existence. Bingo. Because of that complexity.
And when capitalism is negated, socialism is a higher form, and it has negated capitalism. And then eventually, communism will negate socialism. So it is written, so it is.
The process of dialectical negation is not a straight line. It actually looks like a spiral. As you can see from this picture, new species evolved based on old species. And it keeps happening and happening until this day, where humans exist, and it will continue developing into the future. Assuming we don't negate all lives into extinction.
Dun dun!
We have to accept that every single thing will eventually be replaced by something new through this process of negation. Nothing is static forever. Everything is always changing, which means contradictions are always playing out into negations. But we must also understand that these changes, these negations, don't just appear completely from thin air. Every new negation is based on some prior existence.
Yep.
Now, ideally, human society will progress in a straight line towards better and better forms. In other words, we hope that things will always improve for our society and life will always get better for human beings on Earth.
We hope.
Unfortunately, this is not the case at all. But it's our job as revolutionaries to use our understanding of dialectical materialism to force changes that will improve conditions for human beings as much as we can. Understanding this, there are two situations we need to work very hard to avoid: forgetting past negations and refusing to acknowledge present contradictions. For example, there are now many people around the world who are forgetting the horrible conflicts we have had with fascism in the 20th century. People are
fucking
forgetting
bingo.
the wars.
Bingo, 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 bingo. Too many people are forgetting. This is going to be a good segment, a good close. I feel it.
That we fought against Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan and all the other fascist regimes that caused so much destruction to millions and millions of human lives. This is causing many people today become fascists and Nazis, forcing us to go through the same kinds of contradictive struggles all over again. There are so many people who refuse to acknowledge that fascism is becoming a real threat to freedom once again.
Yeah.
They are refusing to recognize the contradictions that are happening right now, making it much harder for the rest of us to oppose these modern-day fascists, making it harder for us to negate these newer forms of fascism. This is extremely dangerous, and we as leftists, as revolutionists, have to work together to help people remember these contradictions from the past, and to recognize the contradictions we are having now, so that we can once again negate the horrible ideology of fascism, hopefully forever. Honestly, it is very sad that we didn't completely utterly negate fascism back in the 20th century when it first rose up. We didn't do a good enough job negating fascism then, so now we are having to deal with it again when we have plenty of other problems to deal with. This failure of past revolutionaries to completely negate fascism then makes it more difficult for us now, and if we don't work to completely negate fascism now, then it will be even worse for future generations. Our responsibility to future human beings is to try to negate terrible things like fascism now so that human society can progress forward without these kinds of problems. So now you know all the basics of dialectical materialism and you can begin applying this knowledge in your life. Moving forward in this series, I will show you how we can use all these tools to analyze situations to solve problems. But right now, I think you can go ahead and start using materialist dialectics in your life. Start looking for contradictions.
Start looking for contradictions. Apply dialectical materialism in your life right now.
Thinking about how to negate contradictions. Start thinking about how quantities shape qualities. And start analyzing things using all dialectical category pairs we talked about in our last video. Remember, it's easy to make mistakes, so maybe find some comrades to study dialectical materialism with. Read literature from Marxist-Leninists like Marx, Engels, Lenin, Ho Chi Minh, Che Guevara, and so on. See how they use dialectical materialism to study problems they faced in their times. There's a lot to learn and discover. But the more you get used to thinking dialectically, the quicker you'll be able to find real material solutions for the problem we face as revolutionaries. I hope that through this series of videos that I'm making, I can contribute in some way to that process. I hope this knowledge will be of some use to my comrades who are doing the real fight out there. Best wishes for you. I hope you know that I'm always with you. And so, if you've come this far and watched the first 3 videos in this series and understand everything we've discussed, congratulations! You just passed the Marxism exam for our first-year students. Before ending the video, let's summarize what we've learned about dialectical materialism.
Damn! She did a... That was nice. I liked it. I hope you're digging this. I don't know, chat, if you're digging it. I dig it. I hope you're all not just like tabbed out. Whatever. I'm glad you're here.
Actually, Vietnamese students remember the basics of dialectical materialism through the numbers 2, 6, and 3.
2, 6, 3.
2 main principles: comprehensive viewpoint and historical viewpoint. 6 pairs of categories: private and common, reason and result, obviousness and randomness, content and form, essence and phenomenon. And the last pair, possibility and reality. 3 basic rules of materialist dialectics: rule of quality and quantity, rule of contradictions, and rule of negations of negations. Remember these 3 numbers and you are well on your way to mastering dialectical materialism. Use this knowledge to help us build a successful socialist revolution. Thank you for watching. If you like this video, please subscribe and maybe consider being my patron. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Consider being her patron. Seriously, consider being her patron. Don't send me money. I mean, you can send me money too, like, if you get a lot. But yeah, 1,500 liked it, 38 disliked it. I'm guessing the algorithms are going to feed it to people who do like this stuff, right? Most of those dislikes are probably hates. Like, you know, rage, like hate watchers. Yeah, but nice. That was great. I really enjoyed that. I hope y'all do too. So give Luna Oi a follow. Throw her $5 if you like. But it makes me want to do this. It makes me want to go to Workers World. And yeah, it makes me want to go to the website, workers.org. There's 5 new articles went up tonight. I know because I read them all. I'd like to read them on stream, but I can't quite figure out a way to read these articles on stream where I think it'll be engaging. You know, I don't want to be the guy who reads stuff on stream. If I could get the authors to come on the people who penned this one or penned that one, and discuss it like we did when Nate had an article. Nate came on. We talked for 2 hours. It's a great conversation. One of my favorite nights on Twitch. But anyway, we have a bit. The top story is about the whistleblower and ICE and the abuses in Georgia. That's the top story. And I want to tell you, like, I'm not gonna opine on this, but whistleblower exposes ICE abuses of the detainees. Permanent residency for TPS holders won't come from the courts. It's a loss today, but the struggle continues until the negation of the negation. Good news, Illinois striking health workers say we want RESP, ECT, and a contract. So a bunch of there's details inside. You can read that. Healthcare workers for all workers, the United Nurses, NNU. Big victory. And Russia and Belarus, a story about the sovereignty there. Anyway, there's a ton of great stuff over here. But the reason I brought this up is I want to go to where it says join, and I'm not sure about why it does it, but I'll see all these. There's home, there's topics, PDFs, donate in Spanish, Mundo Obrero. Subscribe. You can give to prisoner. You can join the supporter program. You can make a donation. Contact Workers World under join, or look at this, educational classes. That's where I want to go next. But also books, pamphlets, important readings, all of that right here. What is Marxism all about? So, if you don't know or you have questions, think you vaguely know. If you want to know, this is a real good place. What is Marxism all about? Go there, workers.org. Go over to the books and then go down here. So the other place, let's join educational classes. I want to look at what is cadre, camaraderie, candidacy requirements, and camaraderie relations. Newspaper and communist organizing, the national question and black struggle, reparations in the black struggle, class, LGBTQ2+, and sex, gender, and sexuality liberation. There's a whole section there. And then, there's a class on imperialism, neocolonialism in Africa. Anyway, you can see democratic socialism versus revolutionary socialism. There's all of this. But there is class, dialectical, and historical materialism right there. Right there, baby. Right there. There's a lesson plan, part 1, a lesson plan, part 2, and a handout and a prepared discussion. Oh, that was by Nate. Nice. Anyway, this is the kind of thing you're interested in. If you're interested in Marxism, Leninism, if you're interested in revolutionary, if you're interested in revolution, if you're interested in making the world a better place, if you're interested in activism and making sure that what you're doing is worthwhile, this is probably a good place to start. Probably a good place to hang out. Come hang out in my stream. Don't be a chud. Ask questions in good faith. Forgive my snark as I forgive those who snark upon me, because I can get snarky, especially if I'm under the weather. Under the principle that being determines consciousness, the being. This two-part class covers Engels' fundamental principle of dialectics, the difference between dialectical versus metaphysical thinking, differences between materialism and idealism, and Marxist thinking on relation between above points and human economic and social development. Yeah, I'm clearly getting tired. Included are 2 lesson plans. There's a talk outline on dialectical and historical materialism, parts 1 and 2, and an extensive reading list for further studies. So there's drop-down menus here, right? And take a look. Take a look. I mean, can't hurt. It can only help. Let me put this in the chat. Copy. Yeah, Trev, I'm about ready to go off myself. I think, but I think it's worth mentioning these educational resources, and that's what they are. They're just resources. And for people who are interested in this kind of stuff, then they're there. And I'm here. Do my best. Don't always do a great job. But I had a good time tonight. I hope everybody in the stream had a good time. So where should we go? I see a couple people bopped out already. Where should we go? Who should we see? Because I don't know. I don't know what we're going to. I don't know what we're going to get into there. Let me see. Let me see who's on. Let me see who's on. Let me see. See who I'm following, who's on, who's live. Oh, Jordan. Jordan is so much fun. Oh, hey. Carpe's watching Lee Camp. Nice. Nice. Shall we go? Okay. So either some fun strangeness from Jordan. Non-political scream. It's a LGBTQ English no spoilers. I don't know what no spoilers tag means, but Jordan is a trip. Or Carpe appears to be looking at Lee Camp, or was earlier tonight. Do we have any thoughts, chat? Everybody's tabbed out, right? Now let's go see Jordan, because Jordan's fucking fun. I like Carpe, but we've been going there almost every night lately. So let's go see. Let me copy this. And let's go do the raid. Let's do it right. Let's see, what am I doing here? I'm tired now. Yeah, I'm clearly tired. / Jesus Christ. Let me do this. Oh, you like Juche Camp? You love Lee Camp? All right. Tell you what, if you want to go see Carpe, go see Carpe. It looks like he's watching Lee Camp. Seriously. Just go. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna raid. Why can't I do this? / There it is. Raid. Yeah, go see Lee. I played some Lee the other day. I watch Lee, a couple times a week. Not on stream usually. Sometimes. But Juchi Gang, good to see you. Anybody else wants to come with me? We're gonna go see a very talented individual whose stream defies an actual description that I can put together with words right now. For our viewers, we're going. Let's go see Jordan. Say hi. Be nice. Be good to each other.
Isn't very poggers.
Dun dun.
Escape the endless night to find a new sound.
Oh, you can't see that.
Love it.
Sorry, you can't see that. I see.